Whatever the philosophical formulations, there is no doubt that Freud perceived more and more clearly the spiritual function of the body and the incarnation of the spirit. In the maturity of his work, he speaks of the sexual aggressive relationship with others as the fundamental fact of our life. As aggression does not target a thing but a person, the intertwining of the sexual and the aggressive means that sexuality has, so to speak, an interior, that it is coupled, over its entire extent, with the relationship of person to person, that the sexual is our way, carnal since we are flesh, of experiencing the relationship with others. Since sexuality is a relationship with others, and not only with another body, it will weave between others and me the circular system of projections and introjections, igniting the indefinite series of reflecting reflections and reflected reflections which make me am other. And that he is myself. Such is this idea of the individual incarnate and, through incarnation, given to himself, but also to others, incomparable and yet stripped of his congenital secret and confronted with his peers, that Freudianism ends up offering us. At the very time when he was doing so, writers, without it usually being an influence, were expressing the same experience in their own way. This is how we must first understand the eroticism of the writers of this half-century. When we compare the work of Proust or that of Gide with the works of the previous literary generation, the contrast is striking. Proust and Gide immediately find the sadist and Stendhalian tradition of a direct expression of the body, through above the generation of writers 1900. With Proust, with Gide, begins a tireless account of the body. We observe him, we consult him, we listen to him like a person, we spy on the intermittence of his desire and, as they say, of his fervor. With Proust, he becomes the guardian of the past, and it is he, despite the alterations which make him almost unrecognizable, who maintains from time to time a substantial relationship between us and our past. Proust describes, in the two opposite cases of death and awakening, the point of junction of the mind and the body, how, upon the dispersion of the sleeping body, our gestures upon awakening reconnect with a meaning from beyond the grave, and how, on the contrary, meaning is undone in the ticks of agony. He analyzes with the same emotion the paintings of Elster and the milk seller interviewed in a country station, because here and there it is the same strange experience, that of expression, the moment when color and flesh begins to speak to the eyes or to the body. Gide, counting, a few months before his death, what he loved in his life, quietly names the Bible and pleasure side by side. Among them too, by an inevitable consequence, the fear of others appears. When man swears to be universally, concern for himself and concern for others are not distinguished for him, he is a person among persons, and others are others himself. But if, on the contrary, he recognizes what is unique in the incarnation experienced from within, the other necessarily appears to him in the form of torment, envy or, at least, worry. Called by his incarnation to appear before a foreign gaze and to justify himself before him, riveted however, by the same incarnation, to his own situation, capable of feeling the lack and the need of others, but incapable of finding rest in others, he is caught in the coming and going of being for oneself and being for others, which makes up the tragedy of love in Proust, and what is perhaps most striking in the Gide's diary. We find admirable formulas of the same paradoxes in the writer who is perhaps least capable of enjoying the approximation of Freudian expression, that is to say in Valerie. This is because the taste for rigor and the acute awareness of the fortuitous are the opposite of each other. Otherwise he would not have spoken so well about the body, as a two-faced being, responsible for many absurdities, but also for our surest accomplishments. The artist brings his body, steps back, places and removes something, behaves with his whole being like his eye and becomes entirely an organ which adapts itself, deforms itself, seeks the point, the unique point which virtually belongs to the deeply sought-after work, which is not always the one we are looking for too. And, for Valerie too, the consciousness of the body is inevitably haunted by others. No one could think freely if their eyes could not take their eyes off other eyes that followed them. As soon as we make eye contact, we are no longer quite two and it is difficult to remain alone. This exchange, the word is good, achieves in a very short time a transposition, a metathesis, a chiasma of two destinies, from two points of view. This creates a sort of simultaneous reciprocal limitation. You take my image, my appearance, I take yours. You are not me, since you see me and I do not see myself. What I miss is this me that you see. And what's missing is you that I see. And if before we come to know each other, as much as we reflect on each other, we will be other as well. 3. As we approach the half-century mark, it is ever more evident that incarnation and others are the labyrinth of reflection and sensitivity, of a kind of sensitive reflection, among contemporaries. Until this famous passage where a character from the human condition in turn asks the question, if it is true that I am sealed to myself, and that an absolute difference remains for me between others, that I hear with my ears, and myself, the incomparable monster, who hears me with my throat, who can never be accepted by others as he accepts himself, beyond the things said or done, the merits or demerits, even beyond crimes. But Malraux, like Sartre, read Freud, and whatever they ultimately think of him, it is with his help that they learn to know themselves, and that is why, seeking here to fix some features of our time, it seemed more significant to us to detect before them an experience of the body which is their starting point because it had been prepared in their elders. Asterisk. It is another characteristic of the research of this half-century to admit a strange relationship between consciousness and its language, as between consciousness and its body. Ordinary language believes it can correspond to each word or sign a thing or a meaning which can be and be conceived without any sign. But ordinary language has long been rejected in literature. However divergent they may have been, the enterprises of Mallarmé and Rimbaud had this in common, that they freed language from the control of evidence and relied on it to invent and conquer new relationships of meaning. Language therefore ceased to be for the writer a simple instrument or means for communicating intentions given elsewhere. Now he is one with the writer, he is himself. Language is no longer the servant of meanings, it is the very act of signifying, and the speaking man or the writer has no more to govern it voluntarily than the living man to premeditate the detail or the means of his gestures. There is now no other way to understand language than to settle into it and practice it. The writer, as a professional of language, is a professional of insecurity. His expressive operation is relaunched from work to work, each work being, as has been said of the painter, a step constructed by itself on which he settles down to construct another step at the same risk, and what we call the work, the continuation of these attempts, always interrupted, whether by the end of life or by the drying up of the speaking power. The writer always begins again to measure himself with a language of which he is not the master, and which, however, can do nothing without him, which has its caprices, its graces, but always deserved by the work of the writer. The distinctions of content and form, of meaning and sound, of conception and execution are now blurred, like earlier the boundaries of body and mind. By moving from signifying language to pure language, literature, at the same time as painting, frees itself from resemblance to things, and from the ideal of a finished work of art. As Baudelaire already said, there are finished works which cannot be said to have ever been made, and unfinished works which say what they wanted to say. The characteristic of the expression is that it is never more than approximate. This pathos of language is common in our century to writers who hate each other, but whose kinship it now seals. Surrealism, in its beginnings, had the appearance of an insurrection against language, against all meaning, and against literature itself. The truth is that, after a few hesitant formulas quickly corrected, Breton set out not to destroy language in favor of nonsense, but to restore a certain deep and radical use of speech of which all so-called automatic texts are far from giving, he recognizes, a sufficient example for. As Maurice Blancot reminds us, in the famous survey Why Do You Write? Breton already responds by describing a task or vocation of speech which has always been expressed in the writer and which dooms him to enunciate, to give a name to what has never been named. Writing, in this sense, he concludes 5, that is to say in the sense of revealing or manifesting, has never been a vain or frivolous occupation. The polemic against critical faculties or conscious controls was not made to give voice to chance or chaos, it wanted to remind language and literature of the full extent of their task, by freeing them from the small fabrications of talent, little recipes from the literary world. It was necessary to go back to this point of innocence, youth, and unity where the speaking man is not yet a man of letters or a politician or a good man, to this sublime point of which Breton speaks elsewhere, where literature, life, morality and politics are equivalent and replace each other, because in fact each of us is the same man who loves or who hates, who reads or who writes, who accepts or refuses political destiny. Now that surrealism, by slipping into the past, has gotten rid of its narrowness, at the same time as its beautiful virulence, we can no longer define it by its refusals from the beginning. It is for us one of the reminders to the spontaneous speech that our century pronounces from decade to decade. At the same time, it is intertwined with them in our memory and constitutes with them one of the constants of our time. Valery, whom the surrealists liked at first, and whom they then rejected, remains very close, behind his academic figure, to their experience of language. Because, we have not noticed enough, what he opposes to significant literature is not, as one would think when reading quickly, a literature of simple exercise, based on conventions of language and prosody, all the more effective as they are more complicated and, in short, more absurd. What constitutes for him the essence of poetic language, is that it does not fade away from what it communicates to us, it is that in him the meaning requires the very words, and no others, which serve to communicate it, it is that we cannot summarize a work, but that to find it we must reread it, it is that here the idea is produced by the words, not because of the lexical meanings assigned to them in common language, but because of more carnal relationships of meaning, because of the halos of meaning that they owe to their history and their use, because of the life that they lead in us and that we lead in them, and which results from time to time in those coincidences full of meaning which are the great books. In his own way, Valery demands the same adequacy of language to its total meaning which motivates the surrealist use of language. Both have in view what Francis Ponty was to call semantic thickness and Sartre the signifying humus of language, that is to say the power, specific to language, to signify, as a gesture, accent, voice, modulation of existence beyond what it means part by part according to the conventions in force. It is not very far from there to what Claudel calls the intelligible bite of the word. And the same feeling for language is found even in contemporary definitions of prose. For Merleau too, learning to write is learning to speak with one's own voice. 6. And Jean Prévost detects in Stendhal, who believed he was writing like the civil code, in the strong sense of the word, a style, that is to say a new and very personal ordination of words, forms, elements of the story, a new regime of correspondence between signs, an imperceptible warping, specific to Stendhal, of the entire apparatus of language, a system constituted by years of practice and life, which became Stendhal himself, which allows him at the end to improvise, and which we cannot say is a system of thought, since Stendhal noticed it so little, but rather a system of speech. Language is therefore this unique device which, like our body, gives us more than we put into it, whether we ourselves learn our thoughts by speaking, or whether we listen to others. Because when I listen or when I read, the words do not always touch meanings that are already present in me. They have the extraordinary power to lure me out of my thoughts, they create cracks in my private universe through which other thoughts erupt. In that moment at least, I was you, says Jean-Paul Hahn. As my body, which is nevertheless only a piece of matter, comes together in gestures which aim beyond it, so the words of language, which, considered one by one, are only inert signs to which no corresponds to a vague or banal idea, suddenly swell with a meaning which overflows into others when the act of speaking ties them into a single whole. The spirit is no longer separate, it germinates on the edge of gestures, on the edge of words, as if by a spontaneous generation. These changes in our conception of man would not find so much resonance in us if they were not in a remarkable convergence with an experience in which we all participate, scholars or non-scientists, and which therefore contributes more than no other to train us, I mean that of political relations and history. It seems to us that our contemporaries, for at least 30 years, have been experiencing in this respect a much more dangerous adventure, but analogous to that which we thought we encountered in the innocuous order of our relations with literature or our relations with our body. The same ambiguity which shifts, upon analysis, the notion of the mind to that of the body or of language, has visibly invaded our political life. And, here as there, it is more and more difficult to distinguish what is violence and what is idea, what is power and what is value, with the aggravating circumstance that the mixture here risks leading to convulsion and chaos. We grew up in a time when, officially, world politics was legal. What definitively discredited legal policy was when we saw two of the victors of 1918 concede, and beyond, to a once again powerful Germany what they had refused to Weimar Germany. Less than 6 months later, it also took Prague. Thus the demonstration was complete. The legal policy of the victors was the mask of their preponderance, the demand for equal rights among the vanquished was that of a future German preponderance. We were always in a balance of power and in a fight to the death, each concession was a weakness, each gain a step towards other gains. But what is important is that the decline of legal politics has in no way led, among our contemporaries, to a pure and simple return to the politics of force or efficiency. It is a remarkable fact that cynicism or even political hypocrisy are also discredited, that public opinion remains surprisingly sensitive on this point, that governments, until recent months, were careful not to offend it, and that even now there is not one who openly declares to rely on naked force, or who actually does so. In fact, during the period immediately following the war, one could almost say that there was no world policy. The forces did not clash. Many questions were left open, but, precisely for this reason, there were no man's lands, neutral zones, provisional or transitional regimes. Europe, absolutely disarmed, lived for years without invasion. We know that in recent years things have changed, from one end of the world to the other, areas that were neutral between the two rival powers have ceased to be so, armies appeared in a no man's land, economic aid turns to military aid. However, it seems remarkable to us that this return to the politics of force is nowhere without reluctance. It may be said that it has always been clever to cover violence with declarations of peace, and that this is propaganda. But, seeing the behavior of the powers, we come to wonder if these are only pretexts. It may be that all governments believe their propaganda, that, in the confusion of our present, they themselves no longer know what is true and what is false, because in a sense everything they say jointly is true. It is possible that each policy is, at the same time and truly, bellicose and peaceful. It would be appropriate here to submit for analysis a whole series of curious practices which seem to be becoming generalized in contemporary politics. For example, the twin practices of purges and crypto-politics, or fifth-column politics. The recipe is indicated by Machiavelli, but in passing, and it is today that, on all sides, they tend to become institutional. Now, if we think about it carefully, this supposes that we always expect to find accomplices in the adversary and traitors in the house. This therefore admits that all causes are ambiguous. It seems to us that today's politicians are distinguished from those of the past by this doubt even about their own cause, combined with expeditious measures to repress it. The same fundamental uncertainty is expressed in the simplicity with which heads of state make turns or retrace their steps, without, of course, these oscillations being ever recognized as such. After all, we have rarely seen in history a head of state dismiss an illustrious commander-in-chief, long uncontested, and grant his successor more or less what was denied him a few months earlier. We have rarely seen a great power refuse to intervene to moderate one of its protégés, in the process of invading a neighbor, and, after a year of war, propose a return to the status quo. These oscillations are only understandable if, in a world where people are against war, governments cannot face it, without daring to make peace, which would be admitting their weakness. The pure balance of power is altered at every moment. We also want to have the opinion for ourselves. Each troop transport also becomes a political operation. We act less to obtain a certain result in fact than to place the adversary in a certain moral situation. Hence the strange notion of a peace offensive. To propose peace is to disarm the adversary, it is to rally public opinion, and therefore almost to win the war. But, at the same time, we feel that we must not lose face, that talking too much about peace would encourage the adversary. So much so that on both sides we alternate or, better still, we associate words of peace and measures of force, verbal threats, and de facto concessions. Peace overtures will be made in a discouraging tone and accompanied by new preparations. No one will want to close the deal and no one will break off negotiations. Hence the de facto armistices, which everyone observes for weeks or months, and which no one wants to legalize, as between upset people, who tolerate each other, but no longer speak to each other. A former ally is invited to sign a treaty with a former adversary that he disapproves of. But we expect he will refuse. If he accepts, it's a felony. This is how we have a peace that is not peace. And also a war which, except for the combatants and the inhabitants, is not quite a war. We allow our friends to be beaten because, by providing them with the decisive weapons of combat, we would risk war for good. We retreat before the enemy and seek to lure him into the trap of an offensive which would put him in his wrong. Each political act has, in addition to its manifest meaning, a contrary and latent meaning. It seems to us that governments are getting lost and that, in the extraordinary subtlety of the relationships between means and ends, they can no longer know themselves what they are actually doing. Dialectics invades our newspapers, but a panicked dialectic, which turns on itself and which does not resolve the problems. We believe we find in all this less duplicity than confusion, and less malice than embarrassment. We are not saying that this itself is without danger. It may happen that we go to war obliquely, and that it emerges at one of the detours of this great policy, which seemed no more than any other of nature to trigger it. We are only saying that these features of our policy ultimately prove that the war is not deeply motivated. Even if it comes out of all this, no one will be justified in saying that it was inevitable. Because the real problems of the present world have less to do with the antagonism of the two ideologies than with their common dismay in the face of certain major facts that neither controls. If war comes, it will be as a diversion or bad luck. The rivalry between the two great powers has been and is continuing over Asia. However, it is not the Satanism of one government or another that has caused countries like India and China, where people have been dying of hunger for centuries, to come to refuse famine, weakness, disorder, or corruption. It is the development of radio, a minimum of education, of the press, communications with the outside world, the increase in the population which suddenly make an age-old situation intolerable. It would be shameful if our fears as Europeans hid from us the real problem that is posed there, the drama of the countries to be equipped in which no humanism can ignore. With the awakening of these countries, the world is closing in on itself. For the first time perhaps, advanced countries are faced with their responsibilities and there is talk of a humanity that is not reduced to two continents. The fact itself is not sad. If we were less obsessed with our own worries, we would not find it without grandeur. But what is serious is that all Western doctrines are too narrow to face the problem of developing Asia. The classic means of the liberal economy or even those of American capitalism are not, it seems, capable of even equipping India. As for Marxism, it was designed to ensure the passage of a constituted economic apparatus, from the hands of a bourgeoisie which had become parasitic, into those of an ancient, highly conscious, and cultured proletariat. It is quite another thing to bring a backward country to modern forms of production, and the problem, which arose for Russia, arises even more for Asia. That, faced with this task, Marxism has profoundly modified itself, that it has in fact renounced its conception of a revolution rooted in workers' history, that it has replaced revolutionary contagion with transfers of property directed by at the top, put to sleep the thesis of the withering away of the state and that of the proletariat as a universal class. This is not surprising. But this also means that the Chinese Revolution, that the USSR not so much encouraged, escapes to a large extent the predictions of a Marxist policy. Thus, at a time when Asia intervenes as an active factor in world politics, none of the concepts that Europe has invented allows us to think about its problems. Political thought here gets stuck in historical and local circumstances, it gets lost in these voluminous societies. This is undoubtedly what makes the antagonists circumspect, it is our chance for peace. They may also be tempted to go to war, which will not solve any problem, but which would allow them to be postponed. It is therefore at the same time our risk of war. World politics is confused because the ideas it claims are too narrow to cover its field of action. Asterisk. If we had to, finally, give a philosophical formula to our remarks, we would say that our time has experienced and continues to experience contingency more than any other. First of all, the contingency of evil. There is not, at the beginning of human life, a force which directs it towards its loss or towards chaos. On the contrary, spontaneously, each gesture of our body or our language, each act of political life, we have seen, takes others into account and goes beyond, in what is singular, towards a universal meaning. When our initiatives get bogged down in the paste of the body, in that of language, or in that of this disproportionate world which is given to us to end, it is not that an evil genius opposes its will to us, it does not act only from a sort of inertia, a passive resistance, a failure of meaning, an anonymous adversity. But good is also contingent. We do not direct the body by repressing it, nor language by placing ourselves in thought, nor history through value judgments. We must always embrace each of these situations, and when they surpass themselves, it is spontaneously. Progress is not a metaphysical necessity, we can only say that experience will most likely end up eliminating false solutions and clearing out impasses. But at what cost, through how many detours? It is not even excluded in principle that humanity, like a sentence that cannot be completed, fails along the way. Certainly, all beings known under the name of men and defined by the physical characteristics that we know also have in common a natural light, an openness to being which makes the acquisitions of culture communicable to all and by themselves. But this flash that we find in every so-called human gaze can be seen as well in the cruelest forms of sadism as in Italian painting. It is precisely he who makes everything possible on the part of man, and until the end. Man is absolutely distinct from animal species, but precisely in that he has no original equipment and that he is the locus of contingency, sometimes in the form of a kind of miracle, in the sense that we spoke of the Greek miracle, sometimes under that of an adversity without intentions. Our time is as far from an explanation of man from the lower as from an explanation from the higher, and for the same reasons. To explain the Mona Lisa by the sexual history of Leonardo da Vinci or to explain it by some divine motion of which Leonardo da Vinci was the instrument or by some human nature capable of beauty, is always to give in to retrospective illusion, it is always realizing in advance what is valid, it is always ignoring the human moment par excellence, where a life woven with chance turns back on itself, pulls itself together and expresses itself. If there is humanism today, it gets rid of the illusion that Valery clearly designated when speaking of this little man who is in man and which we always assume. Philosophers have sometimes thought of accounting for our vision by the image or reflection that things form on our retina. This is because they supposed behind the retinal image a second man, with other eyes, another retinal image, responsible for seeing the first. But, with this man inside man, the problem remains unresolved and we must come to understand how a body comes to life, and how these blind organs end up carrying a perception. The little man who is in man is only the ghost of our successful expressive operations, and the man who is admirable is not this ghost, it is the one who, installed in his fragile body, in a language that has already spoken so much, in a staggering story, comes together and begins to see, to understand, to mean. Today's humanism no longer has anything decorative or decorous. He no longer loves man against his body, the mind against his language, values against facts. He no longer speaks of man and the spirit except soberly, with modesty. The spirit and the man never exist, they appear in the movement by which the body becomes a gesture, language works, coexistence is truth. Between this humanism and the classical doctrines, there is almost only a relationship of homonymy. They affirmed, in one way or another, a man of divine right. When the great rationalist philosophies came into conflict with revealed religion, it was because they brought into competition with divine creation some metaphysical mechanism which nonetheless eluded the idea of a fortuitous world. A humanism today does not oppose religion with an explanation of the world, it begins with the awareness of contingency, it is the continued observation of an astonishing junction between fact and meaning, between my body and me and others, my thought and my speech, violence and truth. It is the methodical refusal of explanations, because they destroy the mixture of which we are made, and make us incomprehensible to ourselves. Valery says deeply, we don't see what a God could think of, a God and, moreover, he explains it elsewhere, a demon as well. The Mephistopheles of my Faust says very well, I am the being without flesh who neither sleeps nor thinks. As soon as these poor fools move away from instinct, I lose myself in the caprice, the uselessness, or the depth of these irritations of their heads which they call ideas. I lose myself in this Faust who sometimes seems to me to understand me quite differently than he should, as if there were another world than the other world. It is here that he locks himself away and has fun with what there is in the brain, and it stirs and ruminates on this mixture of what it knows with what it does not know, which they call thought. I don't know how to think and I have no soul. 7. Thinking is a man's business, if thinking is always returning to oneself, inserting between two distractions the thin empty space through which we see something. A severe idea and, please forgive us, almost dizzying. We must conceive a labyrinth of spontaneous steps, which repeat themselves, sometimes overlap, sometimes confirm each other, but through how many detours, what seas of disorder, and the whole enterprise rests on itself. We can explain that faced with this idea, which they see as well as we do, our contemporaries shrink back and turn towards some idol. Fascism is the retreat of a society from a situation where the contingency of moral and social structures is manifest. It is the fear of the new that galvanizes and reaffirms precisely the very ideas that historical experience had worn out. A phenomenon which is far from being outdated by our times. The favor that occultist literature finds in France today is something analogous. Under the pretext that our economic, moral, or political ideas are in a state of crisis, occultist thought would like to establish institutions, morals, types of civilizations which respond much less to our problems, but which are supposed to contain a secret, which we hope to decipher by dreaming about the documents that remain to us. While it is the role of art, literature, perhaps even philosophy to create the sacred, occultism seeks it ready-made, for example in solar cults or in the religion of the Indians of America, forgetting that ethnology shows us better every day of what terrors, what dilapidation, what impotence the archaic paradise is often made of. Finally, the fear of contingency is everywhere, even in the doctrines which help to reveal it. While Marxism is entirely based on a surpassing of nature by human praxis, today's Marxists veil the risk that such a transformation of the world entails. While Catholicism, particularly in France, is going through a vigorous research movement compared to which the modernism of the beginning of the century seems sentimental and vague, the hierarchy reaffirms the most worn forms of theological explanation with the syllabus. We understand it. It is very true that we cannot seriously think about the contingency of existence and stick to the syllabus. It is even true that religion is linked to a minimum of explanatory thought. François Mauriac, in a recent article, suggested that atheism could receive an honorable meaning if it only attacked the God of philosophers and scientists, the God in idea. But without God in idea, without the infinite and creative thought of the world, Christ is a man, his birth and his passion cease to be acts of God to become symbols of the condition of man. It would not be reasonable to expect a religion to conceive of humanity, in the beautiful words of Giraudoux, as the caryatid of the void. But the return to an explanatory theology, the compulsive reaffirmation of the ens realissimum brings back all the consequences of a massive transcendence that religious reflection sought to elude. Once again the Church, its sacred deposit, its unverifiable secret beyond the visible, separate from effective society, once again the heaven of principles and the earth of existence are disjointed, once again philosophical doubt is only a formality, once again adversity is called Satan and the fight against her is already won. Occultist thinking has a point. Once again, between Christians and others, as between Marxists and others, the conversation becomes difficult again. How could there be a real exchange between those who know and those who do not know? What can we say if one does not see a connection, even dialectical, between state communism and the withering away of the state, when another says that he sees it? If we do not see a connection between the gospel and the role of the clergy in Spain, when does another say that it is not irreconcilable? We sometimes find ourselves dreaming of what culture, literary life, and teaching could be like if all those who participate in it, having once and for all rejected idols, gave themselves over to the joy of thinking together. But this dream is not reasonable. The discussions of our time are only so convulsive because it resists a very close truth, and because it is perhaps closer than any other to recognizing, without interposed veil, with the threats of adversity, the metamorphoses of fortune. 12. About Paranoid politics. The New York Times of February 14, 1948 published an article by its private correspondent, C.L. Sulzberger, which we will all benefit from reading. The headline was, Anti-Red Movement in Europe Inspires Strange Alliances. The subtitle, New Coalition Seeks Support on the Left to Bring Workers into Their Camp. Here is the gist of the text. The gradual development of anti-communist fronts in Europe leads to curious ideological combinations and bizarre political idols. Just about every major political coalition in countries hoping to receive Marshall Plan aid is making every effort to appeal to the left and to appear themselves to be left in some way, so as to obtain the support of workers and avoid the label of reactionary. In France, the government coalition of the Third Force and the Gaullist movement to its right are both continually seeking worker support. This is how André Malraux, the famous writer who was once with the left in Spain and China, and who is now one of Charles de Gaulle's principal advisors, showed me a copy of a letter addressed to him by Victor Serge shortly before he died last year in Mexico. The letter said, I want to tell you that I consider the political position you have adopted to be courageous and probably reasonable. If I had been in France, I myself would have been among the socialists who collaborate with the movement to which you belong. I consider the electoral success of your movement as a great step taken towards the immediate salvation of France. Definitive salvation in the future will depend on how you and so many others fulfill what I call your double duty, to fight the enemies of European Renaissance and to overcome the dangers that we all carry within ourselves. Mr. Malraux, continues Sulzberger, always says that, if Leon Trotsky had won his political battle against Joseph Stalin, he himself would be a communist Trotskyist today. It is therefore not surprising that Mr. Serge feels the same way. Victor Serge Chibalchich, who was 52 years old when he died, was the grandson of the famous Chibalchich, himself a member of the People's Will in Russia who attempted to assassinate Tsar Alexander II. In Mexico, he was a great friend of Mr. Trotsky until the day the latter was assassinated. One of the great difficulties encountered in the enterprise of forming a truly free European workers' movement, which opposes the left-wing dictatorship inspired by Moscow, is to avoid at the same time the elements compromise of the far right. The other problem is getting socialists and non-socialists to collaborate. Many socialist leaders would like to capture the new free unions. However, American advisors in particular insist on the need to keep this movement outside of all kinds of politics, including even Western socialism. 1. The New York Times of March 9, 1948 published a short response from Natalia Sadova Trotsky. In fact, his letter had been cut short by the editors. Here is the full text. To the editor-in-chief of the New York Times. Dear Sir, my attention is drawn to a dispatch from France from your foreign correspondent, M.C.L. Sulzberger, in the Times of February 14, 1948. The statements attributed to Mr. Merleau involve such glaring inaccuracies that I urge you to publish this response, although it is inevitably late. It is with deep indignation that we see Merleau, after years of deliberate solidarity with Stalinism, taking on the role of Trotskyist sympathizer, at the moment when he makes an alliance with the center of French reaction. There is here, with a new form of slander, only a new example of the revolutionary who is no longer able to answer for himself. Merleau was never a sympathizer of Trotskyism. On the contrary, he has always been its enemy. He is the one who worked to divert public attention from reality regarding the infamous Moscow trials by treating them in the New York Times as a purely personal feud between Trotsky and Stalin. Merleau's action as Minister of Information in the de Gaulle government, a coalition government with the Stalinists, when he suppressed the French Trotskyist press, is in itself a sufficient commentary on Merleau's Jesuit declaration. We are once again witnessing a miserable attempt to create an amalgamation of Trotskyism and fascism. Merleau, who apparently broke with Stalinism, is only aping his former masters by trying to establish a link between Trotskyism and reaction. The name of Victor Serge serves here to accredit the legend of Trotskyist support for the de Gaulle movement. The break between Serge and Trotsky was complete and can be proven by a large number of published texts. Here is what Trotsky wrote in number 73 of the Russian Opposition Bulletin: Friends ask us what Victor Serge's position is with regard to the Fourth International. We are obliged to respond that this is the attitude of an opponent. The Russian section, like the Fourth International as a whole, declines all responsibility with regard to the policies of Victor Serge. In number 79 of the same bulletin, Leon Trotsky wrote again, and Victor Serge? He has no defined point of view. His moralizing attitude, like that of many others, is the bridge that leads from revolution to reaction. Mr. Sulzberger suggests that friendly relations existed between Serge and Trotsky at Mexico. He is obviously unaware that Serge arrived in Mexico in September 1941, 13 months after L.T.'s death. Serge's letter to Merleau can only confirm in Serge the lack of point of view of which Trotsky spoke. Let Merleau, let others do what they want, they will not succeed in smearing Trotsky and the movement he founded. With my very sincere feelings too. Natalia Sadova Trotsky. Coyoacán, Mexico, February 16, 1948. Asterisk. The American friend to whom one of us owes this text adds to Merleau's declarations on his principled sympathy for Trotsky's position, as long as he had some chance of winning over Stalin, the following comment. This admission by Merleau is particularly surprising for two reasons. First, it appears to confirm the well-known Stalinist argument that the Trotskyists are actually fascists who worked with the Gestapo, and, correlatively, the Gaullists are fascists. It is very strange that Merleau should expose himself to such grievances at this time. Furthermore, despite his admiration for Trotsky, Merleau, in 20 years of political activity, has never practically proven that he preferred Trotsky to Stalin. On the contrary, on the sole occasion when he was summoned by Trotsky to testify in his favor during the Moscow trials on a subject which concerned revolutionaries in their lives and in their honor, Merleau refused to speak. During the second trial, in February 1937, a Russian journalist, Vladimir Rom, testified that he had secretly met Trotsky in the Bois de Boulogne in July 1933 and received instructions from him regarding sabotage in Russia. Trotsky immediately responded through the New York Times that he had arrived in France in July 1933, late in the month, that he had spent the following weeks in Royan, confined to his home by illness, and that Merleau was among those who had visited him during the last week of July. And he invited Merleau, who had just arrived in New York, to confirm or deny. Merleau refused to testify. From then on, Trotsky denounced Merleau as a Stalinist agent and as one of those responsible for the defeat of the working class in China in 1926. Merleau, in a letter addressed to the New York Times, reserved the right to respond later as to the substance of the debate, which went far beyond the personality of Mr. Trotsky, and this response has not yet seen the light of day, and we still do not know when and why Merleau broke with the Stalin regime of which he was for so many years the active defender. 3. Asterisk. Everyone knows, except C.L. Sulzberger, that Victor Serge had stopped being a Trotskyist years ago. In January 1939, Burnham and Jackman, then members of Trotsky's Socialist Workers' Party, published an article in the New International against retiring intellectuals and the League of Dashed Hopes, and the editors of Trotsky's latest book shelved Victor Serge, with Hook, Eastman, Suvarin, and others, in this brotherhood of renegades. There is nothing in common between Trotsky's Trotskyism, as made known to us in his posthumous work, in defense of Marxism, and the troop of retired intellectuals who, having approached, rubbed shoulders with Trotskyism or even campaigned in its ranks, have not acquired the right to compromise it in their avatars. The reporter is not only ignorant. There is a double agent in his house. We imagine C.L. Sulzberger listening to Merleau with that minimum of assent without which there is no conversation. Merleau explains that he gives to his action today the meaning that he would have given to a Trotskyist action if it had proven effective. Returning home, Sulzberger steals Merleau from his collection of impostors. His personal motivations are forgotten, and all that remains is an accomplice in the deception of global anti-communism. 4. But there is no reporting without an article, and the article exposes his duplicity. We catch him speaking to his audience. Writing in the New York Times, Sulzberger doesn't hold back. He speaks openly about American advisors who want to keep the new unions away from the politics and even the ideology of Western socialism. So the socialist framework is still too dangerous for our advisors. So all the effort of our coalitions to dress in red is wasted effort in advance. And the first dupes of the maneuver are those who lead it here? And all this is written openly in a major American newspaper? So all this goes without saying for its readers. This is food for thought. As for the Trotskyism of Merleau, through the allusions in our texts, we glimpse what happened. Merleau esteemed Trotsky and would have followed him if he had succeeded in changing the course of events in the USSR and in the world. But he no longer believed in his success. He also believed in the revolutionary meaning of the regime of the USSR. Whatever he had to say against the trials, he did not want to say it, or not at the time, since he finally rallied to communist policy. In short, this is the attitude that is expressed in the human condition and especially in hope. When Trotsky, having put Merleau to the test and suffered a refusal, denounces him as a Stalinist, since in fact Merleau, with all the reservations one wishes, refused to do anything to do which could hinder communist action, there is nothing to say. We cannot be esteemed by everyone, we are what we choose to do or approve of, even tacitly. Where, on the other hand, we enter into paranoid politics is when our American correspondent wants to find in today's Merleau the eternal essence of the communist, or Merleau in the de Gaulle movement a substitute for Trotskyism. Here is how: the first reasons. Merleau is an amalgam of pseudo-Marxism and reactionary spirit. He therefore achieves the compromise of Marxism with the reaction which is the Stalinist definition of Trotskyism. In this he serves Stalinist propaganda. Objectively, he is a Stalinist. We are free to conclude that it perhaps remains so subjectively. After all, he has nowhere explained his break with Stalinism. Wouldn't the admission he makes of his Trotskyist leanings, like Rubashev's admission, be the last service he could render to the Stalinists? This is an example of what we might call ultra-objective thinking in politics. For our correspondent, Merleau is not, of course, what he thinks he is, but not even what he is in the dynamics of observable history, namely anti-Stalinist. In deep history, which is the world's fear of the proletarian revolution, he is on the contrary Stalinist, because the anti-Stalinism of a man who adheres to the RPF gives to the regime of the USSR the deceptive aspect of a revolutionary regime and ultimately serves its propaganda. On this account, Truman too is Stalinist, and the entire political world, to the extent that it is polarized by the rivalry of the USSR and the United States. The words here no longer mean anything. Just like saboteur and spy at the Moscow trials no longer have any assignable meaning, being only striking ways of saying opponent. Summarily judged in the name of the proletarian ends of history, the entire present world, being nowhere proletarian, levels itself out, merges in all its parts. The thought which wanted to be the most historical and the most objective, ultimately ignoring all the differences felt and experienced by the actors in the drama, finds itself given over to fantasies. It is at the height of subjectivity. For his part, Malraux abandons himself to the ultra-subjective in politics when he declares that his Gaullism of today is essentially no different from his quasi-Trotskyism of yesterday, or that French anti-communism is something that resembles the First Republic. He obviously turns a blind eye to the RPF personnel, who are not reminiscent of the conventionalists. He says what he would like to be true, he gives his action an arbitrary meaning. The ambiguity, moreover, is not only between his political will and the apparatus in which it is employed, it is in this very will. He declared himself for freedom. This conquest, he says, is only effective through free research. It is not because I believe in the superiority of non-censorship that I speak like this. It is because everything that opposes this irreducible desire for discovery is the paralysis of the artist's most fertile faculties. We therefore proclaim the need to maintain the freedom of this research against everything that intends to fix its direction in advance. And, a few moments later, for us, the guarantee of political freedom and freedom of the spirit is not in political liberalism, condemned to death as soon as it has the Stalinists in front of it. The guarantee of freedom is the strength of the state in the service of all citizens. To the equivocation of a movement which brings together a handful of former communists and activists, the elections show it, for the most part conservative, responds that of intentions which oscillate between creative freedom and strength of the state. Yielding to the passion to do something at all costs, Malraux only agrees to see his movement through his own past. He suggests that it remains the same, that his Gaullism of today is his Trotskyism from yesterday. We are in the midst of an individual fog. But at this very moment, and precisely to the extent that he gives in to the vertigo of the self, Malraux ceases to be a cause in politics, he lets himself be caught up in the wave that Sulzberger speaks of. Out of self-indulgence, he becomes a thing and an instrument. The ultra-objective attitude and the ultra-subjective attitude are two aspects of a single crisis in political thought and the political world. Between political will and the organizations to which they adhere, there is so little propriety that neither Malraux nor the Stalinists can accept what their parties are doing with open eyes. Between political thought and actual history the distance is such that the Trotskyists are unable to think about the world in which we find ourselves. We only find recourse in dreams, faith, or delusional interpretation. Political action will only become healthy again through careful examination of the situation, away from these parties, and, since things for the moment cannot be embraced by thought, on the basis of a program circumscribed. Asterisk. One might think that it is abusive, in connection with a New York Times interview, to call into question a disease of the contemporary world, if the combined functioning of communism and anti-communism were not attested at the same time by the publication in France Dimanche of a so-called Testament of Trotsky, which, as this weekly profoundly put it, will not fail to be used by both communists and anti-communists. If it could be established that Trotsky, in 1940, abandoned the idea of proletarian revolution outside the USSR and set as the unconditional objective the destruction of the Stalinist apparatus, we would obtain, for the benefit of Stalinism, proof that Trotsky had practically concluded a compromise with all the enemies of the USSR. But, at the same time, all anti-communist movements would receive the means of claiming to be a great revolutionary. The central part of the so-called will is wonderfully suited to this dual office. The working class of the Soviet Union should take advantage of this war to open fierce hostilities against the Bonapartist bureaucracy of Stalin. We should put into it the same furious energy that Lenin demonstrated in opposing Kerensky during the First World War. We know that our success would inevitably lead to the defeat of fascism, even if our action were to help it achieve temporary military successes. I go further. I say that our victory within the Soviet Union over the bureaucratic Bonapartist clique of Stalin is the sine qua non condition for the triumph of the proletariat on a global scale in the progressive capitalist countries. Indeed, the existence of a pseudo-socialist Stalinist state distorts the prospects of world revolution because it misleads the working class in progressive capitalist states. I have long believed that a revolution in these countries would necessarily bring about the fall of the Stalin clique and the regeneration of Soviet democracy. I consider it essential to openly declare to the workers of the world that I no longer hold this opinion. The Stalinist bureaucracy, which began as a mere excrescence grafted onto the body of the workers' state, has become its sovereign master, a master driven by class interests which have sinister historical significance. The victory of this bureaucracy over the forces of workers' democracy will open the door to the darkest period of history humanity has ever known. This will be the era of the evolution of a new class of exploiters born from Stalin's Bonapartist bureaucracy. It will then be necessary to recognize that this bureaucratic degeneration of the Soviet Union provides proof of the congenital incapacity of the proletariat to become a ruling class and that the Soviet Union would have become the precursor and the embryo of a new and terrible regime of exploitation on an international scale. If the proletariat of the Soviet Union were to fail in its duty to use this war to destroy Stalinist exploitation, we would enter a period of decadence of human society under the rule of a totalitarian bureaucracy. The text, says the introductory note, was stolen by a Soviet agent at the end of July 1940 and sent to Moscow. 3 copies are said to have remained in the hands of a personal friend of Trotsky, Kilbachika. A comrade of Victor Serge would have reported it to Europe. A mimeographed press release from the International Secretariat of the Fourth International clearly establishes that it is a forgery. How could the Kremlin not have made use of a document which practically established the complicity of Trotskyism and Nazism, either at the time when Vyshinsky was questioned on this point by the American press, or when inspired works like the Grande Conspiracy against the USSR by Sayers and Kahn, or finally when Trotsky's widow asked the Nuremberg Tribunal to examine the archives of the German government regarding alleged Hitler-Trotskyist negotiations? How could the introductory note come from Trotskyist circles when it dates from July 20, 1940, an assassination which took place on August 20? How could Victor Serge have been made custodian of the will when he had broken politically with Trotsky since 1936 and was in France on the date of Trotsky's death? As for the content of the testament, it is incompatible with the theses that Trotsky maintained until his death. The whole argument, said the Fourth International, revolved around the fact that the Stalinist dictatorship did not represent that of a new social class. In multiple writings, spanning from 1935 to 1940, Trotsky fiercely defended this same idea. A violent discussion broke out among American Trotskyists on the Russian question at the end of 1939. This discussion continued until May-June 1940. In this discussion, Trotsky intervened with articles and letters which were published in a book entitled The Defense of Marxism. Throughout the 200 pages of this book, written just before this so-called secret testament, Trotsky violently combats the idea that the bureaucracy constitutes a new class. He also combats this idea in the manifesto of the Extraordinary Conference written at the same time that this so-called will was written. Here is a fragment of this text. But fortunately, among the conquests that survive from the October Revolution are nationalized industry and the collectivized Soviet economy. On this basis, workers' Soviets can build a new and better society. We cannot abandon this basis to the world bourgeoisie under any conditions. The duty of revolutionaries is to defend tooth and nail every position won by the working class, whether it concerns democratic rights, wage scales, or such a great conquest of humanity as the nationalization of the means of production and the planned economy. Those who are incapable of defending conquests already acquired can never fight for new ones. Against the imperialist enemy we will defend the USSR with all our strength. But the conquests of the October Revolution will only serve the people if they prove capable of treating the Stalinist bureaucracy as they once treated the Tsarist bureaucracy and the bourgeoisie. The Fourth International continues. At the end of June 1940, Trotsky wrote an article entitled "We Are Not Changing Our Line," in which, drawing lessons from the defeat of imperialist France before imperialism German, he proclaims his confidence in the revolutionary future of the proletariat in Europe. He writes, "In the defeated countries, the situation of the masses will immediately be extremely aggravated. To social oppression is added national oppression, the main burden of which is also borne by the workers. Of all forms of dictatorship, the totalitarian dictatorship of a foreign conqueror is the most intolerable. It is impossible to put an armed soldier behind every Polish, Norwegian, Danish, Dutch, Belgian, or French worker or peasant. We can predict with certainty a rapid transformation of all conquered countries into a powder keg. It is true, Hitler boasted and promised to establish the domination of the German people at the expense of all of Europe and even the world whole, for 1,000 years. But it is obvious that this splendor will not last, not even 10 years. The Fourth International press release goes on to show that the so-called will falsifies an authentic text. In an article entitled "The URSS in the War," Trotsky wrote, "If, however, it is admitted that the current war would not bring about revolution, but the decline of the proletariat, then there also remains another possibility, a further decline of monopoly capitalism, its more intimate fusion with the state and the replacement of democracy, wherever it still exists, by a totalitarian regime. The incapacity of the proletariat to take the direction of society into its own hands could actually lead under these conditions to the growth of a new exploiting class from the fascist Bonapartist bureaucracy. It would by all indications be a regime of decadence, indicating the decline of civilization. An analogous result could occur in the case where the proletariat of the advanced capitalist countries, having conquered power, proves incapable of keeping it and abandons it, as in the USSR, to a privileged bureaucracy. We would then be forced to admit that the cause of the bureaucratic relapse is not the backward character of the country nor the imperialist environment, but the congenital incapacity of the proletariat to become a ruling class. It would then be necessary to admit retrospectively that the USSR was in its current aspects the precursor of a new regime of exploitation on an international scale. This is only a hypothesis, and the hypothesis is expressly that the proletariat of the advanced capitalist countries has failed in its revolutionary task. The testament transforms the hypothesis into an assertion and entrusts the revolutionary task to the Russian proletariat alone. This is how we disguise a Marxist policy as an anti-communist adventure. The Weekly does not fear incurring its own responsibility by comparing the text of the will with the declarations made by Trotsky's assassin to the special correspondent of France Dimanche and published in 1946 in the newspaper's columns. Jacques Mornard had mentioned frequent visits of the German consul to Trotsky and declared that Trotsky wanted to send him to China, then to Russia to educate teams of saboteurs. Trotsky's testament, concludes France Dimanche, illustrates in a singular light the declarations of his assassin. All those who have read Trotsky and know his past role and his lifelong theses will think like us that, if the Weekly France Dimanche could be deceived by a forgery, it dishonors itself by accrediting with this comment the detective fiction of Trotsky as a saboteur and spy. A letter dated May 7 announces that Trotsky's widow is filing a complaint against France Dimanche. Asterisk. It is therefore certain that Trotsky's theses have nothing in common with the false will, any more than with the policy of French anti-communism. But, if he remained resolutely faithful to his positions in 1940, Trotsky lucidly explained the difficulties, he even considered the case where they would become untenable, indicating in a word what would have to be done in this case, any compromise with reactionary anti-communism being, of course, excluded. Concretely, the difficulty is this: how to apply both the thesis of workers' democracy and that of the unconditional defense of the USSR. At the time, for example, when the USSR invaded Poland, Trotsky defines his line in the following terms. Suppose for a moment that, as a result of its treaty with Hitler, the Moscow government leaves intact the rights of private property in the occupied regions, and limits itself to control of the fascist type. Such a concession would have a profound main meaning, could be the starting point of a new chapter in the history of the Soviet regime and consequently, on our part, a new appreciation of the nature of the Soviet state. It is nevertheless more likely that, in the territories destined to become parts of the USSR, the Moscow government will continue the expropriation of large landowners and the statesization of the means of production. This variant is more likely, not because the bureaucracy remains faithful to the socialist program, but because it is neither willing nor able to share power and attendant privileges with the old ruling classes of the occupied territories. An analogy offers itself here. The first, Bonaparte put an end to the revolution by means of a military dictatorship. However, when French troops invaded Poland, Napoleon signed a decree which read, "Slavery is abolished." This measure was dictated neither by Napoleon's sympathies towards the peasants nor by democratic principles, but rather by the fact that the Bonapartist dictatorship was based, not on feudal, but on bourgeois property relations. To the extent that Stalin's Bonapartist dictatorship is based not on private property, but on state property, the invasion of Poland by the Red Army should result in the abolition of capitalist private property, so as to bring the regime of the occupied territories into line with the regime of the USSR. We do not recognize any historical mission in the Kremlin. We were and are against any seizure of new territories by the Kremlin. We are for the independence of Soviet Ukraine, and, if the Belarusians themselves wish, for the independence of Soviet Belarus. At the same time, in the parts of Poland occupied by the Red Army, the supporters of the Fourth International must play the most decisive role in the expropriation of landowners and capitalists, in the division of land for the benefit of the peasants, in the creation of workers' committees and Soviets, etc. In doing so, they must maintain their political independence, they must fight, during elections to the Soviets and Works Councils, for the complete independence of the latter from the bureaucracy, and they must conduct revolutionary propaganda in a spirit of distrust towards the Kremlin and its local agencies. But suppose Hitler turns his weapons against the East and invades the territories occupied by the Red Army. Under these conditions, the supporters of the Fourth International, without changing in any way their attitude towards the Kremlin oligarchy, will push to the front line, as the most urgent task of the hour, military resistance against Hitler. The workers will say, "We cannot cede the overthrow of Stalin to Hitler, it is our own task." In the military struggle against Hitler, revolutionary workers will strive to establish the closest relations of comradeship with the rank-and-file fighters of the Red Army. While, with weapons in hand, they will deal blows to Hitler, the Bolshevik-Leninists will at the same time conduct revolutionary propaganda against Stalin, preparing his overthrow in the next phase, which may be very close. 6. It is certain that this is the very language of 1917, as faithful to conscience as to action. It is also certain that the Polish militants who followed, this line did not have to follow it for long. In the situation of a URSS expanding, can we enter into public discussion with the Stalinist apparatus without being politically eliminated? Can we work for collective and planned production without also being for the Stalinist apparatus? Can we in action separate Stalinism and the conquests of October? Can we, through analysis, separate the bases of the October regime and the bureaucratic apparatus? Is the bureaucracy just a caste, a parasite, or is it now so closely linked to the regime that it has become an essential part of its functioning? Trotsky said that the notion of caste has no scientific character. 7. It is a historical analogy that can be used provisionally to do the sociology of the present, and as long as the corresponding reality is still ambiguous. He thus recognized that his theses could call for a new examination, If it turned out that, in the functioning of the USSR, the bases of the regime and the apparatus can no longer be either theoretically or practically dissociated. It is the Marxist perspective itself which would then be called into question, since the facts would reveal, on the fringes of the Marxist alternative, capitalism or socialism, a type of society which cannot be defined by either concept. Hence a text which follows on from that referred to in the Trotskyist communiqué mentioned above, the historical alternative, pushed to the limit, is the following: either Stalin's regime is a horrible relapse in the process which transforms bourgeois society in a socialist society, where Stalin's regime is the first phase of a new society based on exploitation. If the second prognosis proves correct, of course, the bureaucracy will become a new exploiting class. However onerous this second perspective may be, if the world proletariat actually proved incapable of fulfilling the mission entrusted to it by the course of development, all that would remain would be to recognize that the socialist program, based on internal contradictions of capitalist society, is ultimately a utopia. It is self-evident that a new minimum program would be required, for the defense of the interests of the slaves of the totalitarian bureaucratic society 8. This was, let us repeat, only a hypothesis, and Trotsky postponed the judgment of the facts until the end of the current period. It is absolutely self-evident that if the international proletariat, in conclusion of the experience of our entire era and the new war underway, prove incapable of becoming the master of society, this would mean the collapse of all hope of socialist revolution, for it is impossible to expect conditions which are more suitable for it favorable. In any case, no one foresees them or is capable of defining them. Marxists have not the slightest right to conclude that the proletariat has abandoned its revolutionary possibilities and must renounce all aspirations for hegemony in the period which is immediately before us. 25 years on the scale of history, when it comes to the most profound changes in economic and cultural systems, weigh less than 1 hour in the life of a man. What would be worth to an individual who, because of some empirical failure in the duration of an hour or a day, would renounce the goal that he sets for himself on the basis of an experience or an analysis which are those of his entire previous life? In the years of the darkest Russian reaction, we took as our starting point the revolutionary possibilities that the Russian proletariat had revealed in 1905. In the years of world reaction, we must start from the possibilities that the Russian proletariat revealed in 1917. It is no accident that the Fourth International called itself the World Party of Socialist Revolution. We don't have to change paths. We are governing towards world revolution and, thereby, towards the rebirth of the USSR as a state of workers. 9. In this remarkable passage, Trotsky does not avoid the question of principle in the name of a dogmatic philosophy of history, which would suppose some revelation of the world spirit. He only defers it, by opposing, to the experience of failure, the experience of victory and the years of his life where history responded unambiguously to reason. But this means that, for us who did not live through 1917, another perspective is possible. As we become better informed about the relative importance of forced labor and free labor in the USSR, about the volume of the concentration camp system, about the quasi-autonomy of the police system, it becomes ever more difficult to see the USSR as a transition to socialism or even as a degenerated workers' state, in a word, to put into perspective on 1917. Further, like, in the USSR even, on the basis of collective production, relations of exploitation are established, and as throughout the world the proletariat seem less aware of their historical mission than 30 years ago, we come to ask ourselves whether 1917 has truly marked the emergence of a logic of history which would sooner or later bring back the problems and solutions of Marxism, or if, on the contrary, 1917 was not an opportunity, a privileged case, exceptionally favorable to the view Marxist of history. Assuming this is established, neither the RPF nor Americanism can expect any benefit from it. If we blame Malraux, Kessler, Thierry Molnir, Burnham, the League of Lost Hopes, the retiring intellectuals, it is precisely because, having either experienced or at least understood the Marxism, and meeting the question that we are asking, they fell back short. They did not attempt to trace a path for the humanism of all men. They, each in their own way, consented to chaos, took their retirement. They shied away from the task of drawing up the minimum program of which Trotsky spoke. Trotsky and his party posed the question as a hypothesis, and postponed the answer until later. This discussion around the false will should not end purely and simply with a presentation of classic Trotskyism. Trotsky's grave, if we are to believe the newspaper photographs, bears a sickle and a hammer, with nothing to distinguish this emblem from that of the USSR. Thus he continues to affirm his solidarity with the conquests of October. But this is Trotsky's destiny, this is Trotsky concluding his life. Trotsky, still living in what he wrote, suggests a question that the stone on his tomb does not answer. It would be up to us all to answer them. To Marxism and superstition. Marxism has always admitted that cultural values were, like everything else, linked to social history, but has never admitted that the two developments were point-by-point parallel, nor therefore literature and criticism simple auxiliaries of political action, varieties of propaganda. Engels said that the curve of ideologies is much more complicated than that of political and social evolution. Marx speaks, in a famous passage, of the eternal charm of Greek art. He therefore recognized a register of art where anticipations or even eternal acquisitions were possible. It was optimistic communism, which trusts in the spontaneity of the writer or artist, in the intrinsic development of their culture, and gives them no other instructions than to be as deeply as possible a writer or artist, convinced that there can never be conflict, but on the contrary convergence and meeting, between the demands of culture and revolutionary action. Today's communism behaves on the contrary as if there were no longer any intrinsic criteria in terms of culture, as if literature and science were means, among others, of immediate political action, it even understood as a simple defense of the USSR. In 1946, Lukács defended his conception of self-criticism in terms of culture. It was the right, which writers, philosophers, and scientists have always used, to go beyond what they had previously said or written, to understand and to judge their own past, to mature and grow without fear of apparent contradictions, without this concern to remain formally in agreement with oneself, which is in reality a decadent pretension to totalize a work before it has begun, a posthumous look at a life we have not yet lived. To be honest, we are not sure that this theory of self-criticism could justify the self-criticisms that Lukács practiced from 1946. We find it difficult to believe that, from the Hegelianism of Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein to the theory of realistic knowledge of the works recent, there is maturation, growth. But at least the theory was sound. It was in fact the writer's right to make mistakes, the difficulties and even the ambiguities of expression and culture reaffirmed in an energetic manner. And on the contrary, the apparent liberalism of those who defended his first works against Lukács was perhaps only a cunning way of locking him into his pre-Marxist past. Today, there is no longer any question of searching, in the field of literary history, at what moment the novel reached its greatest force of expression, or whether there is not in Tolstoy and in Goethe an eternal charm which made them models. The models are ready. Since there has been a revolution in Russia, it is in Russia that the literature of the future is taking shape. The defense of the USSR is as tight on the terrain of the novel as on that of diplomacy. It is not one of the revolutionary duties, it is the only one. The rest is Westernism. Lukács's self-criticism in the sense of 1946 was a cultural fact. In today's sense, it is the negation of it. In 1937, Bukharin, reconsidering his attitude of past years in the perspective of the world's situation, declared himself a criminal for having opposed it, but refused to admit to being a spy or saboteur. In 1949, Rajk, against everything we know about him, pretended to be an American agent. In 1946, Lukács claimed for the writer the right to overcome his past. In 1949 he had to disqualify his work as a critic and aesthetician, as if the high esteem in which he held Tolstoy and Goethe had only been thoughtlessness and precipitation. Thus communism passes from historical responsibility to naked discipline, from self-criticism to denial, from Marxism to superstition. 3. The USSR and the camps. It is therefore established that Soviet citizens can be deported during an investigation, without trial, and without time limit. The corrective labor code of the R.F.S.S.R.10 only establishes the principle of administrative decision for corrective work without suppression of freedom. 11. But he mentions it very clearly with regard to deprivation of liberty and deportation, in Article 4412. It is therefore impossible to maintain, as Pierre de 13 does, that the administrative decision is only in force for the case benign corrective work without deprivation of liberty. It is further established that the repressive apparatus tends to constitute, in the USSR, a distinct power. An order of October 27, 193,414 transferred to the NKVD the direction and administration of corrective work, which until then was the responsibility of the People's Commissariat of Justice. The system has its own income, provided by the work of prisoners, and which is used in particular to maintain the administrative apparatus. 15. Production is regulated by industrial and financial plans which are drawn up by the Directory of Corrective Labor Institutions, and only ratified by the People's Commissariat for Justice. Thirdly, it is established that the smooth running of corrective work is ensured by a delegation of power to ordinary prisoners. 16. According to a method which has proven itself. Finally, since official publications report 127,000 prisoners released by government decision after the completion of the Baltic White Sea Canal and the Moscow-Volga Canal, it is probable, given the volume of these construction sites throughout the system, that the total number of prisoners is in the millions, some say 10 million, others 15. Unless one is enlightened, one will admit that these facts entirely call into question the meaning of the Russian system. We do not apply here to the USSR the principle of Pigai, who said that any city which contains a single individual misery is a cursed city. On this account, they all are, and there would be no difference to be made between them. What we are saying is that there is no socialism when 1 in 20 citizens is in the camp. There is no point here in answering that every revolution has its traitors, or that the class struggle is not over with the insurrection, or that the USSR could not defend itself against the enemy from without by sparing the enemy from within, or that Russia could not engage in large-scale industry without violence. These answers are not valid if it is the 20th of the population, a 10th of the male population, after a third of a century. If there is in the USSR a saboteur, a spy, or a lazy person for every 20 inhabitants, while more than one purge has already sanitized the country, if today it is necessary to re-educate 10 million Soviet citizens while the infants of October 1917 32 years have passed, it is because the system itself constantly recreates its opposition. If there is permanent repression, and if, far from being reduced, the repressive apparatus becomes autonomous on the contrary, it is because the regime is settling into an imbalance, it is because productive forces are being stifled by the forms of production. If common law prisoners are safer men than political prisoners for the regime, it is because it accommodates itself better to the rabble proletariat than to conscious proletarians. If we are serious, we only have to face this permanent crisis of the Russian regime. Is it due to the very principle of collective production, or to state ownership and the type of planning practiced in Russia? Does it come from the political structure of the USSR? And, in this hypothesis, does it only concern the Stalinist phase, or was it preformed in the Bolshevik organization of the party? And, if we believe it, what other political formation can we conceive, what guarantees can be invented against this decadence? These and other questions cannot be avoided. One of us wrote here 2 years ago that Soviet society is ambiguous and that there are signs of progress and symptoms of regression. If there are 10 million concentration camp inmates, while, at the other end of the Soviet hierarchy, wages and standard of living are 15 to 20 times higher than those of free workers, then quantity changes into quality, that is the whole system which shifts and changes direction, and, despite the nationalization of the means of production, although the private exploitation of man by man and unemployment are impossible in the USSR, we ask what reasons we still have to talk about socialism about her. These are the questions to which the French and European extreme left should devote themselves, instead of giving their time to meaningless pleas. André Wormser saying, a few months ago, there are no camps in Russia. Pierre Daillat, a few weeks ago, that the camps are one of the greatest claims to glory of the Soviet regime. 17. Asterisk. Yes, the question is ever more pressing. How could October 1917 lead to the cruelly hierarchical society whose features are gradually becoming clearer before our eyes? In Lenin, in Trotsky, and even more so in Marx, there is not a word that is not healthy, that does not still speak today to men in all countries, that does not help us to understand what is happening at home. And, after so much lucidity, sacrifice, intelligence, the 10 million Soviet deportees, the stupidity of the censorship, the panic of the justifications. If our communists want to ignore the question, their adversaries do not intend to ask it, and nothing in what they write gives us even the beginnings of an answer. It is not an answer to speak of neurosis. Reading the testimonies of former prisoners, we do not find in the Soviet camps the sadism, the religion of death, the nihilism which, paradoxically linked to specific interests, and sometimes in agreement, sometimes in struggle with them, ended up producing the Nazi extermination camps. Nor does it answer our question to call into question the bureaucracy and its own interests. We hardly see men who allow themselves to be led by interest alone, they always provide themselves with convictions. Besides, both interest and sadism hide better. We do not notice enough that the corrective labor code, presented by the British delegate to the UN, and by Rousset in Le Figaro Littéraire as a revelation, could be purchased in its English version from 1936, from Smith and Maxwell, publishers. Chancery Lane, London, for 3 shillings 6pence. The release of 127,000 detainees was officially announced in Moscow 18. It seems probable that the evolution which led from October 1917 to 10 million slaves, and which, little by little, under the permanence of forms or words, changes the meaning of the system, took place step by step, without deliberate view, from crisis to crisis, from expedient to expedient, and that, in its social significance, it escapes its own artisans. Faced with the alternative, each time more imperative, of making it worse or of disappearing politically, they continue, without understanding that the company is changing under their hands. Lacking a background on which they can see it, the best people are undoubtedly surprised by these cries of hatred which come to them from the capitalist world. Let's take a good look. The formulas of the corrective labor code are those of an Edenic socialism. It is no longer a question of punishing, it is a question of re-educating. Criminals are blind, it is only necessary to enlighten them. In a society from which exploitation is banned, laziness and revolt are misunderstandings. We must protect the antisocial from the virtuous anger of the unanimous people, at the same time as we protect the people from the enterprises of this retard. The best thing is to put him back to work, explaining to him with great indulgence the greatness of the new society. After which, appeased and saved, he will resume his place in the common work. Thoughts from the 19th century, which remain touching, and perhaps more profound than we believe, since after all we have never succeeded until here to endow men, at the start, with truly comparable chances, since they have never been tempted by good. And now these ideas of youth begin to grimace like old men. These innocent thoughts become the height of deceit and trickery when 1 in 20 citizens is detained in their name, when they decorate camps where men die of work and hunger, when they cover the repression of a harshly unequal society, when, under the guise of re-educating the lost, it is a question of breaking the opponents, when, under the pretext of self-criticism, it is a question of denial. Then, all of a sudden, their virtue turns into poison. But this is not felt so clearly. Alongside the cynics and perverts, who are found everywhere, No doubt a good number of young Soviet heroes who have never lived in a country without camps take the side of decorum without a shadow of scruple. Have we never seen anything like this? Many very gifted and well-started civil servants, as Kravchenko must have been in his first period, who have never known, in the sense of 1917, critical thinking and discussion, continue to think that the detainees are exalted, antisocial, men of ill will, until the day when the pleasure of living in New York gives them the opportunity to reconsider all that. As for the survivors of 1917, they are not the best minds of Marxist humanism. They have always preferred empiricism to the analysis of situations, they have always believed much more in the apparatus than in the movements of the masses, they have always been more successful as organizers than as popular speakers, they have always relied on maneuvering within the party rather than awareness raising. In Lenin's equation, the Soviets plus electrification, they were always primarily interested in the second term. So, since the URSS electrified without falling back to the system of individual profit, it must seem to them that the essence of the October Revolution is saved. We should not ask them to take up Marx again, to notice that, in Marx, the infrastructure is the productive forces, in other words, not only the tools and the wealth produced, but the men at work, men again. They have never entered into these subtleties, and their materialism has always been very little dialectical. And then, all this is so far away, it's been a long time since we had to fall back on the spontaneity of the masses. Kessler, they think, explained this very well. We do not do our part with feeling, if we give it something, it takes everything, we must therefore leave him nothing. Let's not think about it anymore. The White Sea Canal will be built. The bases of collective production will be strengthened. And the communists of the whole world expect that, by a sort of magical emanation, so many canals, factories, and wealth will one day produce the integral man. Even if he to do so, we must reduce 10 million Russians into slavery, reduce their families to despair, that is another 20 or 30 million Russians, train another part of the population in police art and denunciation, into servility or to selfishness the army of civil servants. This is undoubtedly how the best communists are without ears for 10 million prisoners. Asterisk. Looking back to the origins of the concentration camp system, we can see the illusion of today's communists. But it is also this illusion which prohibits confusing communism and fascism. If our communists accept camps and oppression, it is because they expect a classless society through the miracle of infrastructure. They're wrong, but that's what they think. They are wrong to believe in the dark, but that is what they believe. The Nazi camps also bore the famous mottos of re-education through work, but, from the moment the gas chambers were established, no one could believe that it was, even in intention, about re-education. Before the gas chambers, the German camps were modeled on the Russian camps and their prison mottos on socialist ideology, exactly as the party in the fascist sense was modeled on the party in the Bolshevik sense, and as fascism borrowed from Bolshevism the idea of propaganda. Fascism is an anguish in the face of Bolshevism, whose external form it takes in order to more surely destroy its content, the internationalist and proletarian Stimmung. If we conclude that communism is fascism, we subsequently fulfill the wish of fascism, which has always been to mask the capitalist crisis and the human inspiration of Marxism. Never was a Nazi encumbered with ideas such as recognition of man by man, internationalism, classless society. It is true that these ideas only find in today's communism an unfaithful bearer, and that they serve as a backdrop rather than a driving force. They still stay there. This is what we teach a young Russian or French communist. Instead, Nazi propaganda taught its listeners about the pride of the German people, the pride of the Aryans and the Führerprinzip. This means that we have nothing in common with a Nazi and we have the same values as a communist. A communist, it will be said, has no values. He only has loyalties. We answer that he does what he can to achieve this, but that, thank God, no one can live without breathing. He has values despite himself. We may think that he compromises them by embodying them in today's communism. Still, they are ours, and on the contrary we have nothing in common with many of the adversaries of communism. But this is not a matter of feeling. We want to say that as, geographically and politically, we move away from the USSR, we find communists who are more and more men like us, and a communist movement which is healthy. If fate caused us to meet one of the future Kravchenkos who must abound in Russia, there would undoubtedly be very little brotherhood. The degradation of Marxist values is inevitable in Russia itself, the camps dissolve the humanist illusion, the facts of life drive out imagined values like bad money drives out good money. But when one of us speaks to a Martinican communist about the affairs of Martinique, we constantly find ourselves in agreement with him. A reader of Le Monde recently wrote to this newspaper that all the statements about the Soviet work camps could well be true, but that in the end he was a worker without resources and without housing, and that he always found more support from the communists than others. And Le Monde immediately opened a subscription so that it would not be said that it was insensitive to poverty. The misfortune is that it took this letter to call for this philanthropy. Let's move on to the collective. It is quite possible that Chinese communism will follow the line of Russian communism in the long term and ultimately create a hierarchical society with a new type of exploitation. However, in the immediate future, it seems the only one capable of bringing China out of the chaos and picturesque misery where foreign capitalism has left it. Whatever the nature of the present Soviet society, the USSR is roughly located, in the balance of forces, on the side of those who fight against the forms of exploitation known to us. The decadence of Russian communism does not mean that class struggle is a myth, that free enterprise is possible or desirable, nor in general that Marxist criticism is obsolete. From which we do not conclude that we must show indulgence to communism, but that we cannot in any case make a pact with its adversaries. The only healthy criticism is therefore that which aims, in the USSR and outside the USSR, exploitation and oppression, and any policy which is defined against Russia and localizes criticism on it is an absolution given to the capitalist world. This is why we have always refused here to associate ourselves with it. How many times have American friends, after asking us what we think of communism, continued, "But then, why aren't you with us? We should know who or what they are for." Because they threw overboard, with Stalinism and Trotskyism, every kind of Marxist criticism, every kind of radical mood. The facts of exploitation throughout the world pose only scattered problems for them, which must be examined and resolved one by one. They no longer have any political ideas. As for the United States, they say without laughing, "We have no class struggle here," forgetting 50 years and more of American history. "Participate in American prosperity," was finally the word from one of them. Sitting, as if on the ground of the world, on American prosperity, which has experienced many ups and downs, and which is in the process of experiencing others, judging by the decline of Marshall policy and plans for global rebalance, they ask us to make it absolute. And when we explain to them that they are sacrificing all political evaluation to this uncertain fact, and that, all in all, the recognition of man by man and classless society are, as principles of a world policy, less vague than American prosperity, that the historical mission of the proletariat is an idea ultimately more precise than the historical mission of the United States, we are told, like Sidney Hook in Partisan Review, that it would be urgent to send here some thought leaders of his caliber. Since you agree on the oppression in the USSR and on the risk of a military expansion of communism, would you agree to say, someone else suggested, that the USSR is enemy number one? No, of course, we do not accept, because this formula has a corollary, for the moment, no enemy outside the USSR. It therefore means that we give up discussing the non-Soviet world. When the question of the Soviet camps was raised before the United Nations, the Soviet delegation responded by asking that we also investigate the liabilities of capitalism, unemployment, working conditions in the colonies, the condition of black Americans. The British delegate complained of what he called a diversion. We are of the opinion that there was no diversion. A society is responsible for everything it produces, and Marx did well to reproach liberal thought, like an accounting fraud, for the artifices by which it puts unemployment, colonial labor, racial inequality, blame to nature or to chance. Between citizens and on the ground of strictly political rights, deduction of the colonials, the unemployed and poorly paid employees, we are in complete freedom. The communists have been criticized enough for erasing from their balance sheet the 10 million concentration campers so as not to use the same process when it comes to judging capitalism. The delegate from the United Kingdom actually cut himself off, as Freud's subjects admit at the very moment when they deny. Speaking of the Russian work camps, he escaped saying, "It's the colonial system of URSS." But then we would have to agree that the colonies are the work camps of democracies. To what we are saying there is one answer and one only: the criticism of all oppressions weakens democracies, since it carries here and does not carry in Ural. If this is what we think, we must clearly see the consequence. Social criticism must remain silent until the disappearance of the Soviet system, and when the camps finally open in Siberia, we will have a generation here without political formation, hallucinated by Western patriotism and by years of anti-communist propaganda. As for us, we trust governments and military staffs for this task. Everything shows that they will not lack auxiliaries. It is more urgent to maintain at least a few islands where we love and practice freedom other than against the communists. Asterisk. We do not need, at present, to explain at length about David Rousset's initiative, which is the occasion for these pages. It was necessary to publish the Soviet Forced Labor Code. We are so convinced of it that we were preparing to print it, at the time when Rousset, who had the document from other sources, made the use we know of it. We absolutely disapprove of this usage, and we believe that from this campaign Rousset leaves the political line which had been his and begins a propaganda in which we do not intend in any way to be implicated by the memory that we have been able to keep of our collaboration with him, now definitively over. To fight with any chance of effectiveness against the exploitation of man, we must concentrate the blows on the system which makes it the most merciless, carries its attacks the farthest, most rigorously closes off any future of release. We are not talking about injustice in general, but about this specific injustice that we call Concentration Camp 19. Rousset, consequently, declines any investigation which would be aimed simultaneously at Russia, Spain, and Greece. 20. All the more reason why he cannot involve in his protest diffuse or hidden forms of slavery, forced labor in the colonies, colonial wars, the condition of American Negroes. But then, and if it is not a question of raising each people against the oppressions which they witness, at the same time as against the oppression in Russia, if only the oppressors of Siberia and the Urals, this process can only displace, concentrate on the Russian system all that there may be of revolt in the world and achieve the union of classes against it everywhere. How would the struggle be more effective because we will have separated the injustices which are not those of the Soviet system? No doubt because it will rally an audience that would shy away if we question the Spanish or Greek governments, the colonial administration of England or France. Who are these delicate listeners? Will we believe that these are the people, and in particular the French people? Is he so favorable to the colonial wars or to the Franco regime? In short, who is Rousset writing for? Is it, as he says, for former communist deportees? But by declaring that he is only attacking the USSR, he is giving them the only excuse they can find to evade. It can therefore only be a matter of rallying a public which is not tormented by camps or prisons as long as they are not Soviet camps or prisons. The sacred union against the Russian system here calls upon all those who hate it for the wrong reasons as well as for the right ones. It will aim and achieve any socialist inspiration through the concentration camp system. Rousset in short agrees with the principle of enemy no one that we discussed earlier, firstly against the Russian system, then, in a regime which does not close the future like it, we will see. But either the emergency order means nothing, or it means that enemy number 2 is not, for the moment, an enemy. The choice of an emergency order is the choice of an audience, the choice of an ally, and ultimately a pact with everything that is not Soviet. This public, this ally, is no longer the people. Has Rousseau therefore ceased to be a Marxist, while he still pays a very discreet homage to Marxism in his articles? Lenin rightly said that the true revolutionary is recognized by the fact that he denounces exploitation and oppression in his own country. Rousseau once explained that Marxism needed to be reviewed, and he was right. We still need to know, when we undertake a revision of Marxism, what we take from it and what we leave behind. Otherwise we end up, like so many American intellectuals, who have overcome everything, in political nothingness, and nothingness is governmental. Yes or no, does Rousseau still believe that the only political force whose support we must seek is that which is by position independent of national, financial, and economic interests as well as the speculations of the General Staff, that is to say the people? And does he still believe that this force loses awareness of itself and dissociates if we make it compromise with colonial and social oppression? Considering his recent campaign, we must answer, no. But then he has to say it. He must formulate his new position. It can only be unacceptable. It will at least cease to be equivocal. 21. It is easy to answer that we do not need so many principles to denounce an injustice and that it was enough for Rousseau to consult his conscience or his memories as a deportee to know what he had to do. The concentration camp experience, absolute horror, requires, it will be said, those who have experienced it to look first at the country which extends it. But it's not us who are asking that deportees be forgotten, it's Rousseau. By concentrating his blows on the Soviet system, he made cheap use of prisoners from Spain and deportees from Greece. That the experience of the camps, when one has lived it, forever prohibits one from adhering to the system which maintains camps, that is good. It no less forbids making pacts with one's adversaries, if they have camps. The truth is that even the experience of an absolute like the concentration camp horror does not determine a policy. The days of life are not the days of death. When we re-enter life, good or bad, we begin to reason again, we choose our loyalties, and, towards those we leave, we appear to be cold, we seem to forget. We always forget death when we live. Dayov forgets the Russian concentration camp. Rousseau forgets the Greek deportees who are currently dying on the islands, supplied whenever the sea and the government please. Let them not invoke their loyalty as former deportees to justify forgetful policies. They would only be true to themselves by seeking a policy that does not force them to choose their deportees. For the Yalta Papers. Marxism does not minimize the action of men. The infrastructure of history, production, is still a network of human actions, and Marxism teaches that men make their history. He only adds that they are not making any kind of story, they operate in situations that they did not choose and which leave only a limited number of solutions for them to choose from. For an observer placed at the end of the world, the possible choices could even be grouped into two series, one of which goes towards the proletarian revolution, the other towards chaos. The story is made of human actions and interactions transformed into an anonymous drama by the logic of the situations. These are, Marx said, relations between people mediated by things, embodied in devices where the agent's intention is often not recognizable. Men make their history although they often do not know the history they are making. This conception leaves room for all causalities, in particular that of diplomacy. If we refer not only to the formulas of Marx and Engels, but to Marx's own work, we would see that he placed no limits on the imminent study of diplomacy, nor on the effectiveness of diplomatic action. He spent long days at the British Museum examining diplomatic manuscripts relating to Anglo-Russian collaboration from Peter the Great until the end of the 18th century, and devoted a detailed study to them. 22 Where economic and social history only plays a role. An erased role. How would it be otherwise? Marxism did not want to be one of these points of view, one of these conceptions of the world, one of these philosophies of history which order reality around an arbitrarily chosen principle, but the expression of reality, the formulation of a movement in history which animates ideas, literature, morality, philosophy, politics, at the same time as the relations of production. How would he limit his investigation to a sector of reality? How could it not be pluralist? How could he not find the same truth everywhere? Nothing prevents, in principle, one from accessing history through several entrances, they all lead to the same junction of roads. The personal conceptions of Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin at Yalta are therefore not a stumbling block for the Marxist philosophy of history. Certainly, they bring improvisation, approximations, prejudices, daydreams into a raw light. Even taking into account the occasional words, the big tricks, the feigned frivolity of the table talk, these whims have something Shakespearean when we think that they resided in such illustrious brains. Marshal Stalin remarked that he did not believe that the Labour Party could ever succeed in forming a government in England. Roosevelt declared that it would take 3 generations of education and training before China became a serious military factor. The English seemed to believe that the Americans should restore order in France, then return political control to the English. Marshal Stalin said that he did not understand why did not get along since they had to form a united front against Japan. He believed that Chiang Kai-shek should be in charge. In this regard, he recalled that, a few years earlier, the United Front had existed. He didn't understand why he hadn't been kept. If we assume, generously, that these remarks are Machiavellian, there must have been some vagueness at least in the mind of the interlocutor who took them seriously. But why would this invasion of psychology bother a Marxist historian? Confused ideas, fantasies are not an empire within the empire of history, they are part of the social dynamic, and it is still that which plays through them. There is no fantasy, for a Marxist, which does not have a meaning, although this is not its manifest meaning. Asterisk. A philosophical, rigorous, coherent Marxism, admits the plurality of causes in history, deciphers the same dialectic in all, integrates personal conceptions instead of excluding them. But, as he does so, he transforms into another philosophy, very different from vulgar Marxism, and in which Marx would undoubtedly not have wanted to recognize himself. Even if conceptions, ideologies also have their internal logic, which incorporates them into the general logic of history, whether Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill face-to-face thought, spoke and concluded as they did at Yalta, that such samples of their ideologies were produced, confronted, and combined in this compromise, this is an event which, understandable as it is after the fact in the dynamics of general history, cannot be deduced from this, and shifts the probable to the real. If men do not know the story they are not making their true story. If everything counts in history, development is not really necessary, since it is carried as much by the contingencies of a psyche as by social dynamics. We can only say, as Max Weber did, that, if an additional circumstance had been missing, the same outcome would have been brought about by other paths, which the logic of the situation would have opened up, that it had a high probability. There are, in fact, cases in history where the imminent event seems to create the conditions for its own triggering. But how can we affirm that this is always the case and that all of history is a process of this kind, which regulates itself according to a standard and rectifies its aim like a radar gun? If everything counts in history, we can no longer say, as the Marxists do, that in the final analysis historical logic always finds its way, that it alone has a decisive role and that it is the truth of history. The Bolsheviks practically admitted that opportunities are not being found. Trotsky writes, even recently, the opinion has been heard that, if we had not taken power in October, we would have seized it 2 or 3 months later. Gross error. If we had not taken power in October, we would never have seized it 23. Good. But then we must not say that the revolution is inevitable. We must choose between revolution as action and as truth. The real Marxist drama is there, rather than between superstructures and infrastructures, or between men and things. In its classic period, Bolshevism tried to overcome it, and to save the action of pragmatism and chance, by sticking to Lenin's rule that the right line must be able to be explained to the proletarians of all countries and understood by them. We must see, in my life, with what care Trotsky and Lenin, on the eve of Brest-Litovsk, weighed up the disadvantages that there could be, for the revolution, in signing peace with German imperialism, if the proletariat's Westerners did not understand, with what rigor Trotsky, having proclaimed the principle of democratic peace without annexations and the right of peoples to self-determination, refuses to disguise the annexations that the Germans impose on him. The opinion of proletarians throughout the world, this reason seemed serious enough to Lenin for him to agree to rally around Trotsky's solution, which was to sign only under the constraint of a German offensive, and which, ultimately, cost the new Soviet state several provinces. During the negotiations, as the French and the English offered their military aid to the Soviet government against Germany, Lenin made the Central Committee accept the offer with the formula, accept the aid of the brigands of French imperialism against German bandits 24. We therefore fought against equivocation. Stalin does not take so many precautions. Marshal Stalin said that he was ready, in concert with the United States and Great Britain, to protect the rights of the small powers, but that he would never consent to submit any act of any of the great powers to the judgment of small powers. The style has changed, and Stalin does not seem to have much difficulty in taking the tone of his interlocutors. It's this casualness that's new. The difficulty existed before Stalin, it was even much more sensitive, because the revolutionary idea was alive. It is the cross of revolutionary politics. The future of the revolution. Everyone feels that something is happening in the history of communism. Is this, on a large scale, just one of those periods of détente which have always alternated with periods of tough politics? Perhaps we are also at the moment when revolution and counter-revolution will cease to act as alternatives, as they have done since 1917, when politics will no longer be reduced, as for 10 years, to choosing between the USSR and the rest. Coexistence as a simple fact has never been excluded by Marxism. But when it becomes a principle, it cannot leave the two regimes intact, their contradiction must cease to be an antagonism, each admit the existence of the other and, to this extent, a sort of pluralism. That we are pluralist on the bourgeois side goes without saying. Simone de Beauvoir writes energetically, the truth is one, the error is multiple, we therefore understand that the bourgeoisie is pluralist 25. If communism becomes so, it is because it no longer sees itself as the one, total, final truth. Are we there? What exactly does the access to power of Malenkov, then Bulganin, and Zhukov, mean in the history of the Soviet Union? Malenkov said, a little too early, but his successors took up the thesis, that the atomic bomb threatens socialist civilization as well as any other. Is the revolution now subordinated to this precondition of existence of not risking atomic war? Atomic techniques, introducing into the course of things a massive factor of destruction, and tomorrow perhaps of production, incommensurable with those mentioned in Marxist analysis, do they downgrade the antagonisms that Marx described, and do they bring for the first time do Marxists have a principled pacifism? We don't really know anything about it. But these questions are not so decisive. Whatever weight the disappearance of Stalin, the coming to power of another generation, other social forces, and, finally, the development in the USSR may have had. And elsewhere, of atomic techniques, the new men of this new time could have continued to say, as they did for several months, that socialism is invulnerable to atomic war. If they no longer say it, and if they are determined to come to terms with this danger, they must have learned in some way to confront the revolution with external adversities. It is not only in a few sensational facts, it is in the regime's contacts with the outside world and in its evolution that we must look for the origin of the new Soviet policy. Now, we are not without any information on this. University circumstances introduced me to a remarkable work, still unpublished, by Mr. Benno Sorel, on the history of Eastern Germany since 194,526. Through the fissure of East Berlin, we enter the interior life of the system. Of course, the events in Eastern Germany do not explain the new policy, they followed it and, in the immediate future, slowed it down, rather than triggered it. But they are a privileged document of the encounter between the Soviet regime and a country with an ancient political and working culture. They shed light on the problem of relations with the outside world that the new policy wants to face, and therefore perhaps give the meaning of this policy in the history of the Russian Revolution. Before moving on to the facts, let us ask ourselves how we can recognize where a Marxist revolution is. The essence of revolutionary politics lies in the relationship between the proletariat and the party. The proletariat is the negation and living critique of capitalism. But the historical operation of revolution cannot be the simple, direct, immediate expression of the thoughts or wishes of the proletariat. It only becomes a historical factor capable of revolutionizing the existing society and animating a new one if the party rectifies, clarifies, develops its spontaneous struggle into political struggle, transports it to the level of the social whole with which it must measure itself. The proletariat, which has no goods, no interests, almost no positive traits, is ready, therefore, for a universal role. It is natural for it not to be a sect, a gang, and to start the creation of the company from the ground up. It is in itself a revolution. But he does not know it at first and knows neither the means, nor the paths, nor the episodes, nor the institutions through which what Marx called the secret of his existence will be expressed. It is the party that transforms its revolt into positive and long-term action. In philosophical terms, the party goes beyond the revolt of the proletariat, it realizes it by destroying it as an immediate revolt. It is the negation of this negation, or again, it is the mediation, it causes the class which denies to become a class which founds, and ultimately, a classless society. This philosophical language is far from being superfluous, it is like the algebraic formula of the revolution, it rigorously gives its abstract outline, and is translated into practice in the most precise way. There will be revolution if the party educates the proletariat while the proletariat animates the party. An authoritarian apparatus in which the proletariat would not live, a party docile to every upheaval of the proletariat are also excluded. Revolutionary action is based on these two principles: that the party is always right in the last analysis, and that in the final analysis we are never right against the proletariat. To observe these two principles at the same time, it must be a relationship of exchange between the party and the proletariat. We need a party which accepts criticism from the proletarians as long as it does not constitute itself as a second power, clique, or fraction, and a proletariat which criticizes the party, but loyally, fraternally, as its own political expression, not as another and a rival. In a word, we need a criticism that is self-critical or self-critical. We can understand the state of a revolution, at what point in its history it is, where it is going, by examining what is involved in the mediation whose formula we have just recalled. This is where the facts gathered by B. Sorel are valuable. They put beyond doubt that the society of Eastern Germany is far from being homogeneous and the relations of production harmonious. Even in people-owned companies, different positions in production are enough to create compartmentalization, tensions, alliances, and reversals of alliances. There is a whole unofficial history of the regime with regard to which the party appears rather as an authority of external control. These observations are only new to those who have a purely theoretical idea of revolution and popular democracy. But, due to lack of sufficient information, we are almost all there, and the first merit of work like that of B. Sorel is to ask the questions as they arise on sight. 1. Directors. First of all, there is a relative autonomy of company directors. At the same time as the principle of worker co-management was established, it was specified that the new administration, as it represents the people, has the task of establishing plans 27. Workers' initiative could only consist of finding the best means of supporting management's projects. Let us finally get used to this idea. writes the Neues Deutschland of March 11, 1950, that responsibility for production standards lies with management. The task of the unions is to arm the workers a new conscience, a good professional qualification. However, the new directors are only in a small proportion former workers. According to the figures given by Ulbricht in 194,728, there are among them, for the entire area, 21.7% workers, 30.7% employees, 17.8% engineers, 23.6% traders and 6.2% former directors. From 1951 to 1952, workers' access to company management slowed down further. The director is registered with the party. It nevertheless happens that management distorts balance sheets, hides its profits, demands more raw materials than it needs. It has its own investment plan 29, so much so that a July Order 1949 will establish in the companies owned by the people a chief accountant who controls the management of the company, and that after June 1953 the preponderance of the Party Works Committee over the management will be included in the party statutes. The relative autonomy of directors sometimes works to the benefit of workers against the party. At the Conference of Nationalized Factories in Brandenburg held on December 8, 1949, the directors opposed the raising of standards proposed by the activists. Other times, the dividing line is established between workers and management. In the company group, we always find gentlemen from the company management, the district management or some other place who discuss among themselves. Those who are not used to speaking cannot participate in the discussion. Sometimes leading comrades are considered by their own comrades as a sort of superior authority who cannot be approached with confidence and openly. They think of the proverb, unless you are called, do not go to your prince 30. The social distance is underlined by the difference in salary, which for an important director can be up to 15,000 marks per month. 2. Technicians. The antagonism between workers and technicians worsened from the years 1951 to 1952, that is to say from the beginning of planning. It then joins that of the workers and company management, the old technicians, initially reluctant, often being rallied to the regime through planning. On April 25, 1951, the Central Committee prescribed the establishment of individual contracts for the technical intelligentsia and declared war on egalitarianism 31. In December 1951, the Federal Secretariat requested correct restaurants and clubs for information 32. It was around this time that the term Intelligenzler was extended to all factory managers. Workers say, we are moving towards the formation of a class of intellectuals and activists 33. A worker in a factory in Stralsund speaks of a dictatorship of the intelligentsia 34. At Christmas 1951, 4 party members, workers at the Warnemünde shipyard, sabotaged the party reserved for their company's intelligentsia by cutting the electric cable which served the ballroom 35. A worker at a company union assembly said, they want us to establish relationships of camaraderie with the intelligentsia. Why then should we separate at mealtime 36? These words and these little facts are not given as the truth about Eastern Germany. But the fact that they appeared in the official press is enough to show that they are not unthinkable. 3. The working elite. From 1949, it happened that an activist in the mines or metallurgy earned 1,000 marks per month, 6 times more than his least paid comrades. The significant participation of women and young workers in the activist movement 37, and the fierce opposition 38 of adult workers, in the railways for example, to the employment of women seem to show that activism is not initially successful than in the less mature elements of the working class. The party magazine, Neuer Weg, from December 1950, describes a spinning mill in Thuringia, where there are only 22 women out of 180 party members, but where, on the other hand, female workers constitute the majority of workers. Activists 39. Even if we do not take into account the advantages given to Stakhanovists, the differentiation of salaries has increased since the beginning of Planning 40. In 1950, the hourly wages of workers ranged from a maximum of 1.95 marks in the coal mines to a minimum of 0.59 marks in the toy industry. 41. In the same branch, the differences between categories I and VIII are around 100%. This salary scale, fixed administratively, means that planning attaches itself to a working elite and, so to speak, recruits its proletariat. This is also the meaning of the competitive movement which is developing at the same time. Alexander Stark wrote in August 1949, "The competitions were ordered from above." There was little discussion in the companies about the meaning of the competition. Among our managers, many were afraid to discuss with the workers. It was more convenient for them, the company union leadership, to enter into a so-called competition with another union leadership instead of mobilizing their colleagues and thus developing a real competitive movement. 42. In March 1950, H. Warnke said, "We must overcome the undeniable stagnation of the competition movement. Competitions between companies can only be a crowning achievement, when, at the base, in the workshops, there is a really serious mass movement for competition within the company itself." 43. At the 1950 Trade Union Conference, the rector of the Central Trade Union School, Dunker, a 78-year-old man, made an intervention which recalled the seriousness, the ideological richness of the old German workers' movement. "It is important for us," he says, "that it is above all a new competition, distinct from the competition of an outdated time, which, unfortunately, is not outdated." He appears that from a short-sighted competitive spirit, from a spirit of individualistic competition, a selfishness can develop which, then, like corporate selfishness, leads to keeping as a corporate secret, the methods of production. 44. This intervention was not followed by any response. It is in relation to the establishment of norms that workers' resistance to planning from above, and the tailor-made proletariat role that activists play, clearly appear. At the same time as a movement for the self-establishment of standards is developing and activists decide to raise their standards themselves whenever possible, we create a center of technically based standards, intended to train timekeepers. The self-establishment of standards gave rise to abuse, with workers setting them too low, and thus awarding themselves bonuses for poor production, a process known as Normenschokilei. Now, the timekeepers had operated in Germany under Hitler. It was often the same men that we saw reappear in the workshop, and the rationalization was conducted according to the same principles, however abandoned by Taylorism itself, the measurement of the elementary times of each of the gestures of a cycle of movements, which makes work stereotyped and destroys the living and individual relationship which must be established between man and machine. 45. It is true that, until 1951, the technical, objective or scientific determination of standards was only presented as an argument, in the same way as the example of activists. Workers were invited to approve the standards at a union meeting. But the meeting was chaired by the representative of a higher committee. The workers who were not used to speaking in public only interrupted from their places. At the time of the vote, the president asked to first opposing opinions by show of hands. 46. The establishment of standards became an ideological 47 or political matter. In 1951, authoritarian recovery by timing took precedence over self-establishment. In 1952, we returned to voluntary recovery. We know that the uprising of June 1953 occurred when the government wanted to authoritarianly apply new standards to construction workers on Stalin Ali. Whether we appeal to the subjective argument of political loyalty or to the objective constraint of timekeeping, in both cases we are not guided by the requirements of blue-collar work, and in both cases it is obvious that the proletariat slips away. 4. The proletariat and its organizations. Given this social divide and these tensions, we can assume that the proletariat is not the leader of the political and union apparatus, which is rather the site of a social struggle. B. Sorel shows, in fact, how rank-and-file union leaders slow down the campaign to raise standards. There are party corporate groups that bargain for standards as low as possible. 48. A trade union official declares, "I am against Stakhanovism." We workers know that capitalism also gave us the possibility of raising labor productivity, but then stuck us with raising standards 49. By transforming work teams into brigades, power is trying to link the working class more closely to production and the plan. But the brigadier in turn transmits at least as much worker pressure to management as pressure from above to the workers. In 1951, collective company agreements, intended to increase productivity, were submitted to the brigades and unions for discussion. The discussions are endless. On October 14, writes B. Sorel, the Central Party newspaper published, on 2 pages, a self-critical article on the question of company conventions. The article names those immediately responsible for the tension reigning in the factories, the union executives. After having dictatorially imposed the conventions, notes the author of the article, these executives are now afraid to appear before the workers. When they appear there, they crawl like timid orphans, careful not to break anything. 50. Will the unions be the scapegoat, and will the crisis end at their expense? No. In a second episode, it is the unions who criticize the party. The Confederal Trade Union Council in turn published a press release in which it assumed its share of responsibility, but in which it counterattacked by proving that in a whole series of factories, the party executives had they too behaved in an authoritarian or deviationist manner by supporting resistance to conventions, even by directing it. 51. At Leuna, at Zeitz, at Karl Marx Babelsberg and elsewhere, there were party members who, during the discussion, collected signatures against the convention and for the withdrawal of the company union leadership. At Mannsmann in Leipzig, the party secretary speaks out against the industry collective agreement. And unfortunately these are not isolated cases. Many members of the union works councils elected the previous year were no longer in office. They had been dismissed from their positions by the leadership of the party's corporate group, and replaced by other comrades without any election taking place. These unelected members of the corporate union leadership showed themselves to be totally incapable to convince the workers. They are afraid to appear in front of the staff, who might ask them where they come from. It was particularly these company union managements which worked to impose the conventions by bureaucratic means. 52. The controversy ends with a press release from the political office which reprimands the unions without announcing a purge. Some of the union officials at higher levels are only sent, also as permanent members, to the workshop committees. These crossed accusations, which implicate everyone, exonerate everyone a little. However, there is no need to suppose that they are the result of a deliberate plan, and we must not believe that this is just a parody of a polemic. No. In a society that is both authoritarian and popular, tensions are not artificial, but, spontaneously too, they take on the responsible language of self-criticism or fraternal correction. The opposing authorities are united in fault and in innocence, since both had to convey to the masses the movement coming from above, and they did not succeed. 2. These few facts allow us to glimpse the nature of the regime and the present state of the revolution. Contradictions, tensions that we see in a society like that of Eastern Germany, the anti-communist polemic, and also certain Marxists, conclude that the system is a new exploitation of the proletariat. In our opinion, and B. Sorel seems to be of the same opinion, neither in its intentions and subjectively, nor in its predictable and objective results, the system can be defined as a levy on the work of all for the benefit of a few. UNS. The levies exist, but, if they obtain a development of production, this increased production will be distributed, if not in an egalitarian manner, at least for the benefit of the proletariat, since there is no possibility of accumulation of power private social. With the abolition of ownership of the instruments of production, the popular principle of the regime remains: it is always to the proletariat that the party appeals. It is exceptional that he uses pure coercion. Even when he intervenes arbitrarily against union authorities, it is, ultimately, the election that we must come back to. Everything he does to circumvent the proletariat turns into ways for the proletariat to put pressure on him. All the information that B. Sorel gathers is borrowed from the press and official publications. As he says profoundly, the regime includes a sui generis liberalism. 53. At the very moment when the activist movement, the competitive movement, peace work are separating from the masses this proletariat in its own image that the regime is creating, we are taking care of the non-party. In 1949, the percentage of workers admitted to holiday homes was only 29%. It was 51% in 1951. 100,000 people in 1948, 375,000 in 1951, 500,000 in 1952 spent their leave in holiday homes. 54. We expressly combat the tendency to place the mass of non-parties under guardianship. 55. So this trend exists. But it also means that it cannot officially exist. The system is torn between its two principles because the exchange of the party and the proletariat, revolutionary mediation, have not worked. It is the social form that appears when the revolution does not take. The party asserts itself all the more imperiously identical to the proletariat as the proletariat refuses to recognize it. One could almost say that its power and its privileges are the form that the proletarian revolution takes when it is contested by the proletariat. Even then, they are therefore never by divine right. The regime does not have a single essence, it is entirely in the back and forth between its two principles. Sometimes we consider imposing discipline by all means, sometimes we return to consultation and discussion. The regime would collapse if it followed one of the two trends. The zigzag or the spiral movement are its law. He has no other way to last. It is not enough to say that its policy is contradictory. In truth, there is not even a contradiction between the phases of relaxation and the phases of tension. When mouths open, when we move on to self-criticism, this liberalization once again seals the unity of the proletariat and the party, it reintegrates the proletariat, it frames it, it prepares it for a new period of politics hard. Conversely, the purge is rarely pure repression, it removes the representatives of certain resistances, but we take into account the resistances they represent, we often even adopt their policies. Essential equivocation, where freedom benefits authority, where repression authenticates the resistance it represses, where criticism is rallying, condemnation is justification, where everything is expressed, but all expression is indirect, inverted, tacit, where the truth itself takes on an air of falsity, because we always feel behind it the other immanent truth, where the very lies evoke what the regime should have been, would like to be. In 1950 and 1951, the Neues Deutschland wrote, "What the party says is true, then, the party is always right, and finally, what the party says is only true." 56. On June 21, 1953, the day after the revolt, the Central Committee of the party adopted a resolution which read, "When masses of workers do not understand the party, it is not they who are guilty, but the party." 57. And Grotwall declared 2 days later in front of the workers of the Karl Liebknecht factory, "The party no longer enjoys the love, the total attachment of the great masses of workers. It is we ourselves who are guilty of this. The party has the duty to radically put an end to these errors, to these attempts to command the masses, and to consider them as subordinates." 58. The worker Brahms, from Siemens Plania, declared to Rudolf Herrnstadt, member of the Central Committee and editor-in-chief of Neues Deutschland, "I am proud of June 17. On June 17, the workers showed that they are a force, that they have a will." 59. But that's not all. On July 24, Herrnstadt was excluded from the Central Committee and Grotwall asked for an end to the spirit of penitence in the party. As they say behind closed doors, we continue. What can we blame the party for? What would we want him to do? All trends are represented there, all difficulties are expressed there. Between party and class, says Ulbricht, there is almost no difference, no frontier. All the arguments that are current among the workers or the workers can be heard in the meetings of the members or officials of the party. He experiences the same hesitations as the working class or the workers. 60. He discusses honestly and decides for the best. What are the workers waiting for to recognize themselves in him? They are waiting for signs that the increase in production is not obtained by Taylorism, competition, by an increase in labor, that the property of the people is manifested in the methods of work. It is all the same easier for the party to believe itself to be the proletariat than for the proletariat to hypostasize itself in the party. Certainly, the regime is irrefutable. We can always say that the antagonisms and the secession of adult workers are provisional, that a new generation will recognize itself in the system. We can especially say this if we live in the future, like the leaders. If we only have our present, like the others, we can always respond that a proletariat in the image of the regime will be a minority, since by definition the advantages given to it distinguish it, and that work women and young people is a classic expedient of exploitative societies. The regime is only irrefutable because it is also unprovable. The mediation of the proletariat and the party is accomplished only in the thinking of the leaders, in the faith of the young and in the careerism of the elite. A company director exclaims, "Colleagues, the spinning mill is now the property of the people. Now your work serves the people. It must be an honor for you to serve the German homeland with your work." The author adds, laughter burst forth. Truly patriotic words were foreign to the majority of workers, and especially to men 61. This is because we do not show them their needs and their wishes translated into visible institutions. It is because they are asked to believe that the company is theirs, by nominal definition, since it no longer belongs to anyone, that there remains no trace of competition in the competition, no trace of Taylorism in technically based standards. Instead of mediation, they are offered transubstantiation. It is therefore no more accurate to speak of a proletarian regime than of a regime of exploitation. Those who create the regime and plan a future for it can in good faith think of socialism. Those who support it without doing so, and therefore do not have the same motives to give it absolute and abstract support, do not see the appearance, except in ideology, of a proletarian civilization. Mr. Savi has written several times that there is no economic appreciation of communism and its performance, because, where it takes, he expects unlimited dedication, increased pain, progress in production even without technical progress, and that consequently we cannot put the progress of production to the credit of the production relations that it establishes, they fall under the heroism. The system does not judge itself strictly speaking, we want it or we do not want it. It is, at its best, the desire to force a mediation that has not taken place, in which it is certainly a novelty, but not the revolution of which Marxism was the theory, production freed from its antagonisms by the suppression of capitalist relations of production. That the system ensures rapid development of new countries is certain. The output falls when, as in Germany, it encounters an old proletariat, which makes comparisons, demands proof, and does not immediately identify with the enterprise, because it has seen others. B. Sorel borrows from the Times Review of Industry a table of industrial production in Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Eastern Germany, established according to official data. We clearly read that the system is more suitable for underdeveloped countries. 1. The experience of the USSR outside its borders, would it not have taught him that he must know how to stop and do the devil's part? 3. The détente that the USSR practice today is not one of these equivocal episodes, which prepare for a recovery. A détente that proves Tito right could hardly bring the Yugoslav party back to discipline. It is a new and considerable fact that Malenkov, disavowed on the question of atomic war, was not eliminated. So we can have moved ahead of the party towards the truth without being a danger to the regime. So we can be other without being enemies. Something no longer works in the combination of repression and self-criticism that we have described. Certainly, decompression is progressive, it too has its pauses, its jolts, its ambiguities, but this time it seems irreversible. Furthermore, the tactical détente concerns socialist or Christian workers. Until now there has never been any question of relaxation towards capitalism. For the first time, the revolutionary system admits that it does not cover the whole story. Perhaps by leaving his borders, and especially in Germany, he learned to take something else into account. In any case, this is the meaning that the new policy takes in the light of the German episode. What would then be the prospects? B. Sorel very soberly indicates a line for the future, and he does it in the Marxist way. The proletariat is there learning and growing through all its experiences. Turning against power the attempts it makes to capture it, the proletariat, despite appearances, approaches management. Through disappointments and frustrations, it trains itself to truly play the role of ruling class, either thanks to a new revolutionary upsurge, or even perhaps through the play of the internal dynamics of the system. B. Sorel continues to think that, once private property is abolished, the proletarian future is on the agenda. It is masked by privileges, contradictions, but it is present in the social struggle that the proletariat pursues. It is to leave unexplained, or it is to explain by very general and very vague causes, such as the interests or the errors of the bureaucracy, the existence of the contradictions that the same author has described so well. If the proletarian revolution in Russia was only able to move on to planning and organize production by making room for a ruling layer, perhaps it is also because planning from below, the dictatorship propelled by the bottom, finally the proletarian society where proletariat and party are one, are fantasies, that there is no mediation by dictatorship, no mediating dictatorship, no authoritarian historical creation. After having so well described what distinguishes a popular democracy from a proletarian revolution, how can we not ask why the proletarian revolution ends in popular democracies? How can we place the proletarian revolution in their future, when it is in their past? It is more likely that the people's democracies, and the USSR itself, seek to harmonize their relations of production, not by a new revolutionary effort, but precisely by relaxation, by satisfactions given to consumption and by some new and prudent modality of formal democracy, by some appeal to mystifications of ideology. What we can more seriously evaluate is the impact of détente on non-communist countries. For the moment, the politics of Western parties, otherwise numb, seems dominated by the demands of international détente. In France, we continue the verbal opposition to the government in place, but the Moroccan party will propose a pacification plan to the French resident, and the CGT joins its efforts with those of the government to restore calm in Saint-Nazaire. Western parties will not be able for long, under penalty of an internal crisis, to sacrifice everything to international détente. They will undoubtedly be led to define their own policy, if even the USSR does not meet their wishes by solemnly restoring their independence. Vlahovic's study published in Belgrade, which proposes the definitive dissolution of the Cominform and the creation of a new international without disciplinary links, can hardly be attributed to the Soviets. It compromised them at least somewhat after the visit of Soviet ministers to Belgrade. If this is anything other than a reverie, the new Soviet policy would not be a chapter in the history of the proletarian revolution, it would be the decision to limit the dictatorship of the proletariat to the geographical area where it exists, the recognition, for the rest of the world, of other forms of social struggle, the invitation to define them or invent them without taking the model of popular democracies. We would then see that the left is not an empty word, as revolutionary and counter-revolutionary thinkers say with one voice. What embraces the life of revolutionary countries is not the civilizing force of a class, it is the tense will of an elite. To change the needs, suffering and exploitation of the proletarians into a civilization, we must count, rather than on a dictatorship established in their name, on their demands rendered to their immediate virulence, and on what they will demand from new techniques, which men are about to seize. 6. On de-Stalinization. The big buzzword is de-Stalinization. Marcel Servin. To the call of Hungarian intellectuals, we should not, even if it depended on us, respond with war. But we owe them much more than a yes, a signature and a moment's compassion. Intellectuals are not there to unite, they are there, if they can, to shed light. The tribute we owe to the Hungarians is to understand and explain out loud their sacrifice, so that it does not become in vain. Thus, disciplined communists, disciplined to the point of the most painful self-criticism and the worst invective, I am thinking for example of Lukács, placed their trust in Nagy who, accepting shoulder to shoulder with anti-communists, had to take the matter to the bourgeois court of the UN, consent to free elections, denounce the Warsaw Pact. Those who followed Nagy solemnly disavowed the principle that one should never appeal to the outside world in struggles between communists. This means that there is no more proletarian solidarity and literally no more communism when a communist power has its entire proletariat against it and crushes it by military means. The appeal to the UN is the right, correct response to military intervention. Both date a crisis of communism which goes to the heart of the system. These Hungarian communists did not risk their political honor and their lives over a misunderstanding or a trap. They were not starlings or unlucky people. We do not have the moral right to salute them if we ignore their decision, which ratified the end of the Communist Pact, destroyed by military intervention. However, in the left protests published these days, Soviet socialism is tacitly exonerated. We talk about the errors of Khrushchev, who launched de-Stalinization in a too showy way, about the mistake of Gero who called the Russians. Others present the events in Hungary as an unfortunate incidence of unequal development, whereby satellites demand consumer goods that they cannot yet produce, while the Russian people, who have made their heavy industry and could produce them, does not demand them. The repression of Budapest becomes a trifle in the majestic history of the socialist economy. It is implied or said that better tactics, better planning would have avoided all of this and will avoid it tomorrow. As if the problem was not total, as the revolt was. These scholarly childishness results in masking a crisis where everything is in question. They imply an ideology that the event precisely contests. In short, the Budapest insurgents died in a doubtful case. We others, who are not dead, we can, thank God, make allowances for the blunders, the errors, the mistakes, the uneven development, and keep our confidence in Soviet socialism is almost intact. The insurrection of the Hungarian communists means that Stalinism has reached the socialist essence of the regime, that de-Stalinization is not, in the system, a retouch or a tactical change, but a radical transformation, where he risks his life, and which he is nevertheless required to accomplish if he is to become honorable again. Returning to de-Stalinization, showing its full meaning without reserving anything, is the only tribute from the left that is acceptable to the insurgents. We know that it is too early to say as a historian what it is. It cannot be demonstrated as a theorem that the repression of Budapest is the senile disease of communism. But we can prove that none of its principles emerges unscathed, that the crisis spares none, that de-Stalinization is nothing if it is not the radical reform of a system. The word was said by Togliatti, it is taken up by Gomulka, by Tito, and his challenge by himself. To be sure, it was enough to look closely at the facts of recent months. Here we would only like to highlight a few, already strangely forgotten. It is not Khrushchev who is frivolous, it is our intellectuals who do not read the texts, or stick to those of the daily press. If they consulted the documents published by the French Communist Party 62, or at least the remarkable analysis given by Claude Lefort 63, they would see that we can speak, today, of a real criticism of the regime. Not only in Khrushchev's speech, but in those of Bulganin, Suslov, Malenkov. The description of the economic and political life of the USSR is such that it calls into question the two fundamental principles of the system, that of the dictatorship of the proletariat and that of authoritarian planning, which is the modern form of the first. It was thought that authoritarian planning had the merit of organizing what, elsewhere, is left to fate, that is to say to interests, and that for example salaries, in a planned economy, were fixed according to needs, production requirements and the quantity of consumable products. Here is what Khrushchev thinks. It must be said, that we see in the system of wages and rates a lot of disorder and confusion. It often happens that wages are standardized. But it also happens that the same work in different companies and even within one is paid differently. An important political and economic task thus lies before us, regulating labor remuneration. 64. It was thought that in a planned economy, the quantity and pace of work were fixed according to the needs of planned, thought-out and controlled production. Bulganin explains that official standards are, on the contrary, a means of circumventing these necessities and meeting, as best they can, the needs of employees. The setting of reduced standards, and, consequently, their notable exceeding, is at the origin of a misleading appearance of prosperity in companies, and makes workers, supervisory staff, and engineers less attentive to a real increase in labor productivity. Basically, standards are currently defined not by the technical level and organization of work, but by the desire to adapt them to a determined salary level. 65. The actual cost of production is therefore unrelated to the planned cost, and productivity is not managed. All of this, in the end, must appear somewhere. A time comes when the gap between will and results is glaring. Then the pressure of facts is so strong that the system gives up on doing its accounts. If we examine, says Khrushchev, how this or that region, district, collective farm, or sovkhoz fulfills its socialist commitments, we will realize that words do not correspond to actions. Moreover, do we generally verify these commitments? No, most often we don't. No one is responsible, either morally or materially, for the non-performance of commitments. 66. However approximate it may be, when it operates on a docile workforce, in an underdeveloped country, authoritarian planning is creative, and we know well enough what power the USSR became. The question is not there. It is in the fact that with the 20th Congress, the Soviet leaders no longer conceal from a more mature population that authoritarian planning is not enough to manage the economy. After having, by heroic means, founded, without recourse to capital, its own industry, the regime feels the need to move from planning to balance sheet, from pure authority to knowledge, from heroism to reason. The 20th Congress is a call for truth and conscience born from the needs of the Russian economy, and not a reckless improvisation suggested by the difficulties of satellites. When he moves on to political criticism, it is the same separation of the official and the real that appears, and this time at the center of the regime. The dictatorship should be animated by the proletariat, or, since the proletariat cannot act in history without an apparatus which reinterprets its mission at every moment, the proletariat should at least recognize itself in its party. According to the 20th Congress, the party is on the margins of real life and society. The knowledge it tries to gain through information and statistics is vain, its action insignificant. Khrushchev declares, the qualified workers who are in the party apparatus are less concerned with organizing than with collecting all kinds of information and statistics, which in most cases are useless. This is why too often the party apparatus runs on empty. 67. Here is how Suslov describes the activity of a collective farm organizational secretary. His table and all its shelves are cluttered with files and notebooks. He keeps registers where he records the work of party groups, work among women, work with young communists, assistance given to the Komsomol organization, requests and complaints, missions entrusted to communists, the educational work of the party, that of the amateur art circle. He has files marked, wall newspapers, bulletins, emulation in livestock breeding, emulation in agriculture, friends of forest plantations. The work of the propagandists is recorded in 3 notebooks, register of the work of propagandists, mass political work, the daily missions entrusted to the propagandists. Imagine how much time it takes to complete all that paperwork that inevitably cuts into living organizational work. It should be noted at the same time that, in the collective farm, no educational work is provided among the milkmaids and shepherds. The farms are not mechanized, there are no schedules, no established rations for the livestock. Livestock productivity is extremely low. The average milk supplied annually per cow is 484 liters. As for the secretary's files, they did not provide milk. In this respect, they proved to be absolutely sterile. 68. The Congress laughed and applauded, the minutes report here. The incomparable pleasure of finally hearing publicly said what we have known for a long time without saying it. Khrushchev extends these remarks to all political cadres. At first glance, he says, they seem very active and, indeed, they work a lot, but all their activity is absolutely sterile. They sit in meetings until dawn, they gallop through the collective farms, scold the latecomers, hold conferences and deliver speeches full of commonplaces and, as a rule, written in advance, calling for people to rise to the occasion. To overcome all difficulties, to make a turning point, to be trustworthy, etc. But no matter how zealous a leader like this is, at the end of the year there is no improvement. As they say, he did his best, which did not prevent him from remaining stuck like a stake. 69. In a word, leaders are busy slackers. And this is not a failure of men. The ineffectiveness is due to ideology. Our ideological work, says Suslov, is largely useless, because it limits itself to rehashing the same known formulas and theses, and it sometimes educates glossators and dogmatists separated from life. 70. The degeneration of ideology is visible at all levels. Economists, says Khrushchev, do not participate in the examination of essential questions of the development of industry and agriculture during the conferences convened by the CC of the CPSU. This means that our economic institutes and their collaborators have fundamentally detached themselves from the practice of communist construction. 71. Mikoyan is even harsher on the philosophers. We should have said 2 words to our philosophers. Moreover, they themselves must understand that their situation is hardly any better and that they are even further behind the party than the historians and economists. 72. In short, it is a question of knowing whether the planned economy can become a planned economy, and the dictatorship of the proletariat make itself heard by it, instead of buzzing uselessly in its ears, if the appearance, falling outside reality, will be able to join it. The 20th Congress is the denunciation of a fictitious and verbal life, the criticism of nominalism and fetishism, a call to concreteness. The apparatus, the legal society, seeks contact with real society, men at work and things. Liberalization is not a vague concession or a tactic. Pure authority, voluntarism, dictatorship, miss their goal by creating fraud, the complicity of fraudsters, passivity, mythology, and destroy this junction of economy and human thought which is called planning, of real society and power which is called dictatorship of the proletariat. We are in the presence of a regime which is making an effort to rediscover its meaning, which is fleeing it. The anti-Stalinist polemic takes its exact place in this context. It is the criticism of a superstructure or a consequence. The dictatorship created psychological mechanisms, morals, conduct, a style. A regime that wants to do and doesn't want to know anything treats failure as sabotage and discussion as betrayal. He does not want to know himself in what he is, that would already be falling into the relative. He therefore organizes secrecy about himself, so carefully that he can come to ignore himself in good faith. He can only think of himself as virtue, the negation of the vices of the adversary, and perceives what is outside himself only as an obstacle or auxiliary. His great rule is to judge without being judged, to judge without knowing and to evade knowledge so as not to be judged. This is all that the 20th Congress condemns under the name of Stalin. Already, he risks a look at the outside. He realizes that capitalism is not entirely a shadow, that its survival continues, that it can last a long time, that all this is not negative, that there is technical progress, perhaps social progress, that the transition to socialism is perhaps being prepared without going through insurrection, or even dictatorship. In short, the capitalist world is other than the USSR, but it is no longer evil, the absolute other. It exists, with its defects and its relative qualities. And the USSR, she herself consents to exist other than in the imagination, renounces her dreamlike life, decides to know herself. However, if this conversion to knowledge were complete, the dictatorship would shatter. The 20th Congress gives up nothing on the party's monopoly. It is therefore again to the party that he turns to reform the activity of the party. This exhausted and lazy apparatus, cut off from production and real society, is required to rejoin them by redoubling its activity. In short, we are asking him the impossible. We have shown that he is everywhere a double, and we are inviting him to once again become a real factor in history by multiplying his unwelcome interventions. 73. The call for truth and reality could therefore not be consistent and without reluctance, if dictatorship must remain dictatorship. The rupture between productivity and the plan, between the proletariat and the dictatorship could not be openly denounced without calling into question the essence and philosophy of the regime. And yet, since productivity and the life of the system are at stake, we had to strike a blow. The solution was to present criticism of the regime in the form of a disavowal of Stalin. The sacrilege was enough and the slogan clear enough to cause a shock. And at the same time, the criticism, localized on a person and on the worship given to him, left the principles and the system out of the question. We challenged the system by strengthening it, we strengthened it by contesting it. It is perhaps the masterpiece of communism, an awareness without the knowledge of the subject, an imperceptible revolution, the advantages of recovery without the disadvantages of confession. Like all masterpieces, this one is difficult. Accumulating the advantages, de-Stalinization also cumulated the dangers. There was also the risk that some would not want to hear what was being said to them half-heartedly, and that others would understand too well, and translate into plain language. This is what has happened so far. We understand that the frankness of the 20th Congress startled the Western parties. When Sow's love is ironic about issues that do not produce milk, the activists are delighted to see the official join reality, and the regime immediately wins. To enjoy this superior humor, Western activists lack a sense of the relative which can only be acquired through communist life. They must cover their ears or, if they listen, the sarcasm of the 20th Congress awakens in them questions, memories, revolts overcome, and they immediately pass the measure. This is what happened in Togliatti. In a sense, the theses of the 20th Congress went ahead of his thoughts and wishes. But, precisely because they justified some of his old doubts, he could not be grateful to the Russian leaders for taking them up on their own today, after having previously repressed them. However, grudges, temper and violence are not everything about Togliatti. That is why he so far surpasses the French leaders. From all this, he knows how to draw a little Marxist light. Ultimately, he says, it is not a question of knowing whether Stalin was good or bad. We limit ourselves in substance to denouncing, as the cause of all evil, Stalin's personal faults. We remain in the realm of the cult of personality. First of all the good was due to the superhuman positive qualities of a man. Currently, all evils are due to the exceptional and even staggering faults of this same man. In one case as well as in the other, we are outside the criterion of judgment which is specific to Marxism. The real problems escape, these problems which concern the means and the reasons which led Soviet society to move away on certain points from the democratic and legal path that it had traced for itself, and even to certain forms of degeneration. Here the dialectic reappears, the anti-Stalinist polemic goes beyond itself. The criticism of the cult of personality cannot consist of changing its signs and making the great man the scapegoat. This is a Stalinist way of criticizing Stalin. The only criticism which really goes beyond Stalin, and which is therefore true criticism, is that which goes as far as the system. As always, in good dialectics, this goal cannot be achieved by any means. The criticism of the system was started from above, and it could not be otherwise, since precisely the system had restricted democratic life. At least it is necessary that, coming from above, it develops down to the base, relearning a normal democratic life, according to the model established by Lenin in the first years of the revolution, that is to say relearn initiative in the field of ideas and in practice, the search for passionate debate, relearn that degree of tolerance towards errors which is essential to discover the truth, relearn full independence of judgment and character, re-educating the cadres of a party. Several 100,000 women and men, and through them the entire party, and an immense country where the conditions of civil life are still very different from region to region, is a task enormous which cannot be accomplished either by 3 years of work, nor by a congress. Togliatti returns to it 3 times, the evil was general and the remedy must be. There are general errors there, a central problem, common to the entire movement. If the criticism goes that far, if there is nothing in the regime that can be accepted, does it not call into question its essence and its principles? It would be a mistake to believe so, says Togliatti, but one can be mistaken in good faith. I do not exclude, and I want to say it frankly, that there are people who, in all good faith, arrive to ask themselves whether it is not necessary today, given the criticisms made to Stalin, and given that Stalin was the main representative of communist policy for a very long period, to put in place doubt the correctness of all the phases of this policy, going back, well, why not? Until the decisive acts of the October Revolution. He had understood too well, he was going to cause the delicate operation of half-awareness to be missed. The French party could be counted on to put things in order, and the Russians followed their advice. The switchblade is put on, and the Marxist question of Togliatti repressed by the resolution of the Central Committee of the CPSU. From June 30th. Yet, there again, so many difficulties. The work was almost infeasible. We cannot, says the resolution, agree with the question posed by Comrade Togliatti as to whether Soviet society has not led to certain forms of degeneration. There is no reason to ask this question. Togliatti had, however, given a very good one: how, in a healthy revolutionary society, could such devastation have been possible? We understand or pretend to understand that he attributes to Stalin the disproportionate power to corrupt a society. To think that a personality, even one as important as Stalin, could have changed our social and political regime is to contradict the facts. Marxism, reality, is to fall into idealism. This would mean attributing to a personality incredible supernatural forces, such as the capacity to change the social regime, and, even more, the social regime in which the millions of workers constitute a decisive force. 75. Are the drafters of the resolution mocking the activists, or are they confused themselves? This is the question that the entire 20th Congress asks: to what extent do reformers see what they are doing? It is not impossible that they did not understand the Togliatti question. Perhaps they no longer even imagine what an examination of the USSR could be. As an object to be known, a Marxist study of one's inner dynamics? Perhaps they think of society as an agglomeration of things and men, of legal institutions and of arbitrary wills, so that, since it hasn't touched on the basics, the analysis of Stalinism comes down to Stalin's psychology. The drafters of the resolution translate the very question of Togliatti into Stalinist language. Still, the June resolution thus stops the avalanche. The French party is breathing. We remain in the superstructures, and since, after all, Stalin was Russian, there is nothing important to change here. It is then that the questions of planning and dictatorship emerge again, and vividly, in Gomulka's report. Here again, we learn that planning has changed to the opposite. From 1949 to 1955, coal extraction increased from 74 to 94.5 million tons of coal. But, at the same time, work output increased from 1,320 kilos per head of miner to 1,163 kilos, from 20 million tons gained, 14 million were extracted outside normal working hours, in overtime. There is no increase in the productive force. Planning does not plan. The regime pays overtime so that extraction increases. He controls the gross result, he does not control the net result. It is necessary, says Gomulka, to know first of all what the real production costs are. The practice of carrying out the 6-year plan consisted of the fact that, in specific areas, the maximum means of investment were concentrated without taking into account the needs of other areas of economic life. And yet, the national economy constitutes a united whole. This is what we must remember after 10 years of Polish planning, and 25 years of Russian planning. The very principle of planning remains a dead letter, because the concept does not cover the concrete whole of the Polish economy and the producers are evading it. The plan is unreal because it is a voluntary project, and not an attempt to understand the requirements of productivity and to guide it. We did not take it upon ourselves to say what de-Stalinization is. But whatever happens, we already see what it is not and cannot be, a limited reform. It diffuses itself throughout the system, it introduces everywhere a dangerous and useful ferment, a risk, and a hope. There are two ways to ruin this hope. One is to remove favorite principles from de-Stalinization, as if they were not in question. The other is that of logicians and geometers, who are often also warlike. Because they found a contradiction in the regime, they act as if the USSR, not being a concept, was nothing. They have always said it, dictatorship of the proletariat and planning are words like the square circle, and de-Stalinization only a ruse to save these formulas. They refuted the USSR and China as one refutes an opinion. All you have to do is delete everything and start again. This is symbolic deletion, pending physical deletion. So what will you put instead? It is very remarkable that no one in Hungary or Poland is proposing the re-establishment of the old property regime. There must therefore be a good way to manage the nationalized economy. Why not let Gomulka get her? De-Stalinization highlights the fundamental contradiction of the regime. But there are many contradictory historical realities that persist in contradiction. Starting with the economic reality of capitalism, which is teeming with contradictions and is not about to disappear. De-Stalinization challenges the essence of dictatorship, as long as it lasts, and it must last, as Togliatti said, it is not a matter of 3 years and a Congress, it will put the regime in danger, it is therefore promised in advance to relapses and convulsions. But why wouldn't a regime live with a wound in its side? This is the case for everyone where there is freedom. The key to the solution of the difficulties that have piled up, says Gomulka, lies in the hands of the working class. It is a call for confidence and he only adds very timid reforms. But he has confidence. But for how long, if he does not invent solutions and institutions? The dictatorship is asked to challenge itself without allowing itself to be eliminated, and the proletariat to free itself without rejecting the control of the dictatorship. It's difficult, almost impossible. The world only has the choice between this path and chaos. It is in social forms to be created that a solution must be sought. The only correct attitude is therefore to see communism in the relative, as a fact without any privilege, as an enterprise worked by its own contradiction, which glimpses it, and which must move beyond it. It is not a solution, since we see him going back on his principles. It is not exactly a reality, since we are told that planning is still to be done and that the life of the party is imaginary. The dictatorship is a failed test, failed precisely because it did not want to be a test, and because it wanted to be the end of history. As a universal model, as the future of humanity, it has failed. But the French Revolution also failed. In 1793, there were people who rightly hated Robespierre. This does not prevent the French Revolution from being a phase in our history, it does not mean that history, after it, started again as before. What has happened since 1917 is not a parenthesis, but, in every sense of the word, the test, even more bloody and painful than the first, of revolutionary voluntarism. We can speak fairly about the USSR, but only if it agrees to enter the ranks of history, and if we do not believe in it, either as good or as evil, if we have renounced fetishes. Finally, we would like to highlight some ambiguities that threaten de-Stalinization and peace. In a sense, the decisions of the 20th Congress only formulate Stalinist practice. The Korean armistice, the communists in government after 1944, it was already the policy of coexistence. The de-Stalinizers, looking at things closely, do not really go beyond that. Khrushchev says that revolution is not necessarily insurrection or civil war, not necessarily violence. We can also use the parliamentary route to move to socialism and conquer a solid majority in parliament. But a few lines later, for all forms of transition to socialism, the political leadership of the working class, with its vanguard at its head, is the express condition, the decisive condition. Now, the vanguard, as we know, is the party, and if parliamentary action is, as it always was for Lenin, only one of the party's means of action, whether we use also, what Khrushchev is proposing is just one of those national front policies that Stalin instigated after the war. Mikoyan is even sharper. The difference, he says, remains intact between Marxism and reformism. For Marxists, state leadership in society must be assumed by the working class, so that, having gathered the majority, it takes power in hand. It must be remembered that revolution, peaceful or not peaceful, will always be a revolution. The only novelty of these texts is in short the detour via the parliamentary majority. Once the majority has been won, the working class will take power into their own hands. We do not say whether this power will be controlled by the very majority that created it, and even less what the minority will become in this worrying second phase. Of course, it is significant that we seek to create ambiguities and that Mikoyan denies being a reformist. Beneath the words, the concepts, we feel that the dictatorship is loosening, and that the other is being taken into consideration. When Suslov, instead of speaking of socialism or communism, speaks of a new, advanced social regime, this is not the tone of Marx and Lenin, and it would be difficult to decide which concession to make. And cunning. But nothing in the proposed formulas absolutely guarantees that there is anything new. And we can, without changing anything, fall back on violence and the Cold War. The de-Stalinizers are still Stalinists. The dual nature of Stalinism contains everything, including de-Stalinization. The best observers have noticed that the political life of communism, under the Stalinist regime, included struggles that were all the more haggard because there were not several politicians face to face and the opposition could not be manifest. No doctrinal divergence existed on the Stalinist policy of compromise and coexistence, and only the hardliners were given the satisfaction of surrounding the compromises with threatening demonstrations. The essence of Stalinism or left-wing opportunism, says Hervé, is to pursue a policy of collaboration while maintaining an intransigent ideology. The thunderous compromise, the vociferous peace, the mixture of political concession and verbal violence are Stalinism itself. If there are a few de-Stalinizers at the head of the French party today, they have not ceased to be Stalinists. As Togliatti said, this will take many years. We cannot forget all this when it comes to appreciating, for example, Hervé himself's break with Stalinism. The example is all the more significant because, occurring before the 20th Congress and outside of any ultimatum of events, it is the mature fruit of an experience, the work of a man lucid enough to anticipate the evolution of communism, courageous enough to speak in the general silence, master of his criticism as he was before of his adhesion, in a word faithful to himself. But it is precisely this rare dignity that keeps his policy ambiguous. It is in many respects only a more conscious form of Stalinist policy. As for the opinion, he said himself, according to which I would not have had a line opposed to that of the leadership of the PCF, it is also understandable. By force of circumstances and as best they could, the leadership of the PCF practically makes a policy that his speeches deny. He is keen to present conscious and active coexistence as a Marxist and even Leninist policy. Let us leave Marx and Engels, from whom we can draw more of a political philosophy. Of course, Lenin and Trotsky can be used to criticize Stalinism, but they do not depart from it to the same side as the de-Stalinizers. Even when he proposed the NEP, Lenin never posited the coexistence and emulation of capitalism and socialism. Moreover, the NEP is pre-planning, An NEP after 25 years of planning has a completely different meaning. Is the policy of active coexistence a Bolshevik policy? Politically, what Gomulka suggests is a compromise with parliamentary democracy, a diet that appreciates and controls the work of government, a party that directs and does not govern, a state apparatus that finds its autonomy from the party, in short, a sort of constitutional communism in the sense in which we speak of constitutional monarchy. All this has nothing in common with Trotsky's workers' democracy, nor with the theses of the state and the revolution. De-Stalinization does not return to what was before Stalin. It goes beyond Stalin towards another future. The horizon of a de-Stalinized communism is not Lenin's horizon. Hervé wonders, at the beginning of the revolution and the fetishes, if the revolution is indefinitely postponed by coexistence. He concludes at the end, it is neither postponed nor suppressed, it changes its character. Because revolution is not necessarily insurrection, nor even violence, nor the Prague coup 76. He asks that we reconsider the notion of reform, those of planning, nationalization, and state capitalism 77. He speaks with a question mark of a de facto reformism and finally envisages reforms which would be temporarily inapplicable in the political situation, but which could, because of their attraction to the masses, advance the struggle and create the conditions for their implementation 78. This is not far from the classic conception of reforms as a means of agitation and the beginning of the seizure of power. But then, what is the point of reconsidering the reforms and the rest? These wise researches will quickly be overtaken by the logic of the struggle. It seems, if Khrushchev is to be believed, that the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat may not be necessary. On a subject like this, we would like something more positive. We should know if it is only a question of initiating in a different way the voluntarism of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of authoritarian planning, and of a more intelligent and more frank form of Stalinism. But a more conscious Stalinism is no longer Stalinism. It is about something completely different, as we can clearly see from the criticism of fetishes and the communist attitude. We must, said Hervé, take a position on the major problems of national life, propose solutions, get involved. Otherwise, how do you expect Democrats and Socialists to have confidence in us? It's up to them to take responsibility. It's up to us to present the demands. Convenient attitude, but not very persuasive. How would the activists and the party, if they believe in revolution as the solution, care about knowing if reform is possible, instead of advancing the struggle by proposing inapplicable reforms? Is it about bringing the republic to life or crossing it towards dictatorship? It is not enough to leave the matter undecided to reconcile communists and others in an action. It seems to me, said Hervé again, that the party exercises the right to express its opinion on all external or internal questions of other organizations. How could he prohibit the reciprocal? On what principle would it be based? On the principle that it is not a party like the others. If he actually wants to enter into broader alliances and not be satisfied with second-class members or honorary members of the party, how could he impose this principle on other parties? How would an agreement be possible if the Communist Party maintained its principle that it has rights that others do not have 79? But if the proletariat has a historical mission and if the party is the interpreter of this mission, it has special rights, it is not a party like the others. Communism can only use reciprocity with others if it also agrees to see itself through their eyes, that is to say, to put itself into perspective. We therefore see what to think of the Popular Front slogan taken up by Hervé and, these days again, by Sartre. He is not one of those who contribute to political clarity. Because, finally, what Popular Front are we talking about? There is the social movement of 1936, the strikes with factory occupations, which put on the agenda the taking possession by the working class of the means of production. This is probably not what we think of as a way to unite the left. Is it the Popular Front like Thérèse, who puts an end to strikes, but, through verbal violence, frees the party from responsibility? Or even post-war tripartism, where communist ministers voted against a government of which they continued to be a part. It is just the opposite of this constitutional policy, of this commitment to the problems of the day, of this serious action in common with non-communists that Hervé wants with Togliatti. Do we finally think of the Popular Front in the manner of Blum, Janus, who presents himself to the working class as the beginning of socialism, to business leaders as their last chance, which is ultimately neither one nor the other, and fails on both levels of reform and revolution? We can only speak seriously of the Popular Front by returning to the very problem that Blum encountered, by defining an action which is in fact the overcoming of capitalist anarchy without being the beginning of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is called reformism. The truth is that reformism is not an old thing, it is alone on the agenda. Gomulka realizes that it is necessary to take stock of the nation, that there is no plan without an assessment, that after the transfer of the means of production to the state, the problem of effective management of the economy by man remains intact, that the dictatorial economy is only on the threshold of this problem. This means that rival forms of property are to be assessed according to whether or not they allow the problem to be resolved, and that neither is in itself a solution. To evaluate the real costs of production, needs, consumption possibilities, the market economy is a worn-out instrument, adapted as best it can to unforeseen uses. This is the only one we have so far. If you want a better one, you have to invent it. Similar problems are on the horizon of dictatorship and on the horizon of capitalism. For the dictatorship, it is a question of moving towards planning which is not imperative, and conversely, for capitalism, of subjecting the mechanisms of the market economy to a direction of public interest. It is a question of both sides creating artificial mechanisms or servo-mechanisms which solicit and organize the economy without dictatorship. The alternative reform or revolution is no longer necessary in the face of the new problem which is emerging and which the revolution has not resolved. In the immediate future, a reformist workers' and peasants' party means the invasion into political life of a mass of voters who, for the happiness of the right, are now sidelined. It is also the end of the socialist double game. It would be even more difficult to get socialist activists to accept the policy we know if the point of honor of the socialist program, permanent consolation and justification, were to be missed. The demand for a real, manifest, verifiable policy would transform the Socialist Party no less than the Communist Party. And this is only a single operation. Socialism could only degenerate to this point because communist policy made its reformist task impossible and tirelessly provided it with all the pretexts and useful diversions. We look in different directions for a criterion of the left, it is not that difficult to find. A man of the left is someone who wishes for the success of de-Stalinization, a de-Stalinization without stopping, consistent, and extended, beyond the borders of communism, to the entire left that he has frozen. 7. On eroticism. Is eroticism a form of intellectual courage and freedom? But what would become of Valmont without the innocence of Cécile, without the chastity of the president? He wouldn't have to do anything. What would bad feelings become without good ones? The pleasure of profaning presupposes prejudice and innocence. He perhaps even supposes them to be in the profaner, and the contest of wickedness that Madame de Merteuil and Valmont have instituted between them, one suspects, at the end of the book, that she at least perhaps only accepted it because Valmont mattered to her. There are flowers of evil only if there is an evil and a good, and a postulation towards Satan only if there is a postulation towards God. A certain eroticism presupposes all traditional bonds and has neither the courage to accept them nor the courage to break them. Here libertine is a diminutive. Surrealist eroticism deserves to be studied separately. It is something other than the pleasure of profaning. It is the return to primordial unity, to the immediate, the indistinctness of love and desire, just as automatic writing was the call to ungoverned speech and indistinct from its meaning. But, precisely, the surrealists soon understood that all involuntary writing does not have this force. The words of the Sibyl wear out, those which will last are not already in our throat, they are prepared by the attempt to live and to speak. There was a surrealism which sought miracles in their raw state, in all the disorganization of the constituted world. Ultimately, it's the art of pranks and tricks. The surrealism that lasted was not content with tearing up the usual world, it was creating another one. Mad love is to be created, beyond self-love, the pleasure of dominating, the pleasure of sinning. Profanatory eroticism is too attached to what it denies to be a form of freedom. It is not always a sign of fortitude. I knew a writer who spoke only of blood and destruction, and who, when asked what he felt after having killed, replied that after all he had not killed anyone, but that if he had done, he would certainly have the feeling of having fallen into a hole. Our sadists are often naughty. There are letters from Sada which show him whiny and shy in the face of public opinion. Neither Laclos nor Sada played the role of Lucifer during the French Revolution. And, on the other hand, what we know about the personal lives of Lenin and Trotsky shows that they were classic men. The candor and optimism of Marxist theses on sexuality have little to do with libertinism. The adventure of a revolution is played out on a more airy stage than that of Sada and, more than Sada, Lenin resembles Richelieu. Let us consider that our great erotics are always pen in hand. The religion of eroticism could well be a literary fact. The characteristic of literature is to make the reader believe that we find, in man and in what he experiences, in a concentrated state, the rare substance that his works suggest. That's not true, it's all there, in the book, or at least the best part. The public prefers to believe that the writer, like a being of an unknown species, must have certain sensations which contain everything, and which are like black sacraments. The erotic writer builds on this legend. But there is a mirror game here between the written and the lived experience. A lot of eroticism is on paper. The non-erotic writer, more frank, more courageous, avoids nothing of his task, which is to change the life of signs, all by himself and without an accomplice. As for philosophers, there are very great ones, like Kant, who are said to have been as little erotic as possible. In principle, how would they stay in the labyrinth of Sada and Mazoch since they seek to understand all this? In fact, they are there, like everyone else, but with the idea of getting out. Like Theseus, they carry with them a thread. Writers too, their freedom of outlook is not measured by the violence of what they feel, and it happens that a piece of wax teaches them a lot about the carnal world. Human life is not played out on a single register, from one to the other, there are echoes, exchanges, but someone faces history who has never faced passions, someone is free with morals who thinks in an ordinary way, and one apparently lives like everyone else whose thoughts uproot all things. 8 on miscellaneous facts. Perhaps there is no news item that cannot give rise to deep thoughts. I remember seeing, in fascist Italy, at Genoa station, a man throw himself onto the track from the top of an embankment. The crowd was rushing. Before even thinking about helping the injured man, the railway militia harshly pushed her back. This blood-disturbed order, it had to be erased quickly, and the world could resume its reassuring appearance of an August evening in Genoa. All dizziness is related. By seeing a stranger die, these men could have learned to judge their lives. We were defending them against someone who had just had his own. The taste for news is the desire to see, and to see is to guess in a wrinkle of the face a whole world similar to ours. But to see is also to learn that the pleasures, that the limitless pains which fill us are for the foreign spectator only a poor grimace. We can see everything, and live after having seen everything. Seeing is this strange way of making oneself present while keeping one's distance, and without participating, of transforming others into visible things. He who sees believes himself invisible, his actions remain for him in the flattering environment of his intentions, and he deprives others of this alibi, he reduces them to a few words, to a few gestures. The voyeur is sadistic. Stendhal, who passionately loved to watch, but who watched himself, understood well that even indignation is sometimes suspect, What anecdotes about well-paid magistrates have I not encountered on my road from Bordeaux to Bayonne, Pau, Narbonne, Montpellier, and Marseille. When I am older and more tanned, these sad things will appear in the history of my time. But, great God, what ugliness! Has the world always been this venal, this base, this brazenly hypocritical? Am I meaner than anyone else? Am I envious? Where does this excessive desire come from to give a volley of blows to this magistrate of, for example? Asterisk. There is therefore a good and a bad use of news items, perhaps even two kinds of news items, depending on the type of revelation they bring. What is hidden is first of all the blood, the body, the linen, the interior of houses and lives, the canvas under the peeling paint, the materials under what had form, the contingency, and ultimately death. The accident in the street, a glove on the sidewalk, a razor near the eye, the ants of desire and its paralysis. Buñuel's The Andalusian Dog described all these encounters with the prehuman, and we can always obtain the same dream lucidity, the same astonishing emotion each time we withdraw, that we become a stranger, a man speaking on the telephone. If I don't hear what he says, this air of ridiculous intelligence, these nuances in the absurd are a fascinating spectacle, but after all only teach us our bias to look without understanding. We must set aside or above Stendhal's little true facts. They do not only reveal the underbelly, the dust, the filth, the residue of a life, but rather the uncontested nature of a man, what he is in borderline cases, when he is simplified by circumstance, when he does not think about making himself, in misfortune or in happiness. Stendhal, in Toulon, on a rainy day, is saved from boredom by two images. A soldier who was fleeing and who despised himself stops a horse, reprimes his pistols, makes this horse mount the road behind a hedge, kills an enemy, wounds another and, thereby, stops a rout. How, continues Stendhal, after such magnificent celebrity, would I dare say that I ennobled and, in fact, relieved boredom of my day by getting on the steamboat? I was amused by the gallantry of a sailor with a very pretty wife, I believe, from the wealthy class of people, whom the heat had chased from the room downstairs, with one of his companions. He covered her with a veil to shelter her and her child a little, but the violent wind rushed through the veil and disturbed her. He tickled the beautiful traveler and uncovered her while pretending to cover her. There was a lot of cheerfulness, naturalness, and even grace in this action which lasted an hour. The non-gallantic friend paid attention to me and said, "This gentleman is getting wet." I should have spoken with her, she was a beautiful creature, but the sight of grace gave me more pleasure. Asterisk. The little true fact need not be heroic or graceful. It can be a life that suffocates and is lost in the social arrangement, the provocateur courtier who receives a bullet in the stomach from a soldier and blackmails the Minister of the Interior who employs him, but only a little because he knows that he can be poisoned in the hospital, because he is, like Luen, a former soldier, because he is used to poverty and guesses that people do not pay very much for the silence of a wretch. The same interminable struggle with misfortune, the same exhausting game with laws, regulations, necessities today brings exhausted, crazy women to the dispensaries, living 4 people in a room, getting up and raising the children at 5 o'clock to have room to prepare lunch, take them to the concierge who looks after them until class time, travel an hour and a half by bus and metro to go to work in Paris, return in the evening at 8 o'clock, to do the shopping and dinner, to start again the next day and, after a few years, to no longer be able to. These are revelations that newspapers could easily offer to their youngest readers. The small true facts are not debris of life, but signs, emblems, calls. Only with them can the novel be compared. He uses it, he expresses like them and, even when he invents, it is still fictitious little facts that he invents. Half of Mathilde's hair thrown out the window to Julien, the director of the begging depot, who silences prisoners because these songs would spoil his dinner. Yet there is more and there is less in the novel than in the small true facts. He prepares the gesture or word of the moment, he comments on it. The author lends himself to the character, brings us into his interior monologue. The novel provides the context. The news item is striking, on the contrary, because it is the invasion of a life into those who were unaware of it. The news item calls things by their name, the novel only names them through what the characters feel. Stendhal does not tell Octave's secret. It will take many centuries, he wrote to Merleau, before we can paint with black and white. Octave's evil then becomes the evil of the impossible, more irremediable and less bitter than his true evil. The novel is truer, because it gives a totality, and with details that are all true we can make a lie. The news item is more true because it hurts and it is not beautiful. They only come together among the greatest, who find, as has been said, the poetry of truth. 9 on Claudel. If the genius is the one whose words have more meaning than he himself could give them, the one who, describing the reliefs of his private universe, awakens in the men most different from him a sort of remembrance of this that he is saying, as the work of our eyes ingenuously develops before us a spectacle which is also the world of others, Claudel was sometimes a genius. To know if he was as often as Shakespeare or Dostoevsky, two of his masters, or if on the contrary the Claudelian pur, as Adrien Monnier said, a certain way of organizing the explosion of words, does not come often. Replacing Claudel's words is another question, and one that doesn't matter much. In any case, there is no genius that is continually so. Genius is not a species or a race in humanity. Whether we do it to honor Claudel by placing him among the supermen, or on the contrary to reach the work indirectly by means of a few chosen anecdotes, to speak of genius is to postulate that a man can be of the same material that what he wrote, and that he produced it as an apple tree produces apples. In the moment of death, where more than ever the living and the writer are linked, since they have just finished together and we hear for the first time the silence of this voice, it is natural that we be tempted to ask the question of genius. But, whether we do it piously or wickedly, it is always the same cruel error about the condition of a writer. Love and hatred agree in that it is an honor, but also a duty, to have been infallible. If we want to find the right attitude towards him, we should renounce this fetishism. There is never reason, towards any man taken as a whole, to grant or refuse the patent of genius. We know Claudel's contingencies, they have been highlighted quite often. Public events were not successful for him. He spoke of the poilus in the past, and again recently, in a tone that fighters can hardly stand. He paid tribute, almost with the same words, to statesmen between whom he would have had to choose. On the world's situation, he produced dangerously martial assessments in Le Figaro. In these extreme circumstances, he was hardly more far-sighted nor intransigent than an average civil servant at the Quai d'Orsay. We should not ask him for this intolerance of titles and boards of directors which is the point of honor of professional writers. But that is not our subject, that is not where his genius was, if there was any genius. Here's what's more important, he disappointed almost everyone who used him to relieve themselves of the burden of being themselves. To Jacques Rivière, who described his personal bric-a-brac, Claudel replied that he had to stuck into the confessional. He orders Gide to disavow Sodom under penalty of no longer being his friend. To a cultured lady who came to question him about our efforts to establish purely human values, he replied, and this adds to the strictest fundamentalism, moral values are the commandments of God and the Church. Beyond that, there is no moral or spiritual value. What our writers discover seems ridiculous to me. But their tragedy, said the lady, their loyalty. It's completely indifferent to me, said Claudel. Let them manage as best they can. Such is the sectarian. Such, said Gide, are this voluntary inintelligence, this bias to deny what one cannot annex 80. And yet, it was to an atheist, Philippe Berthelot, to whom he was attached, he himself said, by the bonds of an affection and a recognition stronger than those I have ever felt for no human being. However, nothing to append here, each call I made to him was met only with his silence and an evasive look. 3. Berthelot, affected by angina at his table at the Quai d'Orsay, calls one of his colleagues and tells him, "I will be dead in 10 minutes. I want you to know that after death he does not, there's nothing, and I'm sure of it." Claudel comments, "It is the honest and courageous observation of a fact and of a personal impotence to see beyond it." For on April 6, 1925, Claudel learned on the boat of the death of Jacques Rivière. And, he who so bluntly refused to enter the labyrinths of Rivière, he now lends him his voice and writes for the Feuillus des Saints. But all this thought being born like water, how can we understand it without participating in it? All this noise becoming speech, maybe it's interesting after all. Who will be there to understand if I come up short? Who will be there to hear if I let myself be completely won over by a deaf God? Which I felt the work on me fiber by fiber only too much during these 4 years of prison progress. So, it is very clear, the one who included incomprehension among his attributes had understood perfectly. Why then did he deny it? If we look at the work, the question becomes even more pressing. Because the world of Claudel's dramas is the least conventional, the least reasonable, the least theological that there is. This ambassador never depicted monarchs or great characters who were not imperceptibly derisory, the King of Spain and his court, in the satin shoe, constantly interrupted in their movements by the movements of the pontoon on which they have taken up residence, Pope Pius who falls asleep in front of Cofontaine, and it is this drowsiness of an old man who has charged to represent on earth and on the stage of the Théâtre Français the resistance of the Church to violence, amputee Rodrigue who lets himself be taken in by the speeches of a provocative actress sent by the King of Spain, makes himself ridiculous by demanding, before the court, and in what tone, unusual powers, only to be finally given to 2 soldiers who do not even succeed in selling it. The only characters that Claudel takes entirely seriously are those who are one with a simple passion, a sorrow, an earthly good. Mara is right to be jealous because she is ugly and ungrateful. Sine is right to refuse at the last moment the sacrifice she has made, because everything is exhausted and no one can ask a human being to go beyond. Turlure, in his own way, was not wrong to push the monks of the abbey into paradise, that summer of year I when the green gage queens were so good. We were going to open everything, we were going to sleep together, we were going to walk without constraint and without pants in the middle of the regenerated universe, we were going to set out across the earth freed from gods and tyrants. It's also the fault of all those old things that weren't sturdy, it was too tempting to shake them a little bit to see what would happen. Is it our fault that everything fell on our backs? Well, I don't regret anything. You really have to know how to read to find the right writing of God in these sinuous lines. At first glance, it is rather an exuberant chaos, an abundance of useless or absurd details. From Don Mendez Leal, who speaks with his nose, to the Negress Jabarbara, from Saint ad libitum to the Neapolitan sergeant, from empires to continents, from races to diseases and constellations, nothing is done at first sight to inspire reverence. If this world is a poem, it is not because we first see its meaning, it is through coincidences and paradoxes. I see Waterloo, and over there, in the Indian Ocean, I see at the same time a pearl fisherman whose head suddenly bursts into the water near his catamaran 82. If Claudel, as we know, never stopped adoring the principle which is at work in this mess, he once named it silence, abyss, and never removed this ambiguous word. Time is the means offered to everything that will be to be in order to no longer be. It is the invitation to die, for every sentence to decompose into explanatory and total agreement, to consummate the word of adoration in the ear of Sage the abyss too. What makes him touch so many men who are foreign to his beliefs is that he is one of the rare French writers who have made the din and prodigality of the world sensitive. The new logic of which poetic art spoke has nothing to do with that of classical theodicies. Claudel does not take it upon himself to prove that this world is the best of all possible worlds, nor to deduce creation. Taking it as it is, with its wounds, its bumps, its staggering walk, he only asserts that from time to time we see unexpected encounters there, that the worst is not always certain. It is through this modesty, this frankness, this humor that he acts beyond Catholicism. But this brings us back to our question, once again, why did the most open poet inhabit the most closed man there was? This is the religious contradiction. All things cooperate in good, even sins, says Saint Augustine, and Claudel repeats, good composes, it is capable of relatively justifying evil. Without Marat, without Tourlour, without Cofontin, there would be no Violaine or sign. But evil is only justified once it is done. Before the fact, there remains evil, and the law remains to avoid it at all costs. In religion there is universal forgiveness, but also danger of damnation at every moment. This is why Cofontin hastened towards his goal, sure of being forgiven if only he got there quickly enough. What do we know about the will of God, when the only way for us to know it is to know it? Contradict. But this is also why Claudel never showed how much he understood others. This is why he built around himself this rampart of voluntary incomprehension. Evil must first be renounced, and only then can it be relatively justified. These young people or these men of letters who approach, they must be bullied. They want to go straight to freedom without making sacrifices. God knows what they would invent to draw, for their personal government, from the entium peccata. Let's start by shoving them into the confessional, and by teaching them the commandments of God and the Church. Behind the religious contradiction, there is another, more general one, which is the lot of all professionals of truth, of all writers, of all public men, and which, to return to our starting point, that no man is the equivalent of what he has written, that no man is a genius. Before Claudel said, I am like a turkey who understands nothing about a duck, Stendhal, who was not embarrassed by piety, had already said, I am a dog, you are a cat, we cannot get along. The man rightly avoids most of the discussions that his work gives rise to, because they are based on misunderstanding. For the taster, the book is immediately assimilable food; for the writer, it is the result of a duration, of an exercise, of a difficult life. The height of the illusion is to imagine that man is better than what his works are. To this frenzied movement which pushes readers towards him, as if it were a sacrament, the author can only respond by setting up barricades. Admitting others, letting them speak, doing them justice, proving them right against you, it's easy in books, it's their virtue, and it's a joy. In life, it's less easy, because others believe in genius and ask it for everything. The writer knows well that there is no common measure between the rumination of his life and what it was able to produce that was clearest and most readable, that the comedy here would be to play the oracles, that after all, if we want to meet him, he has already made an appointment with amateurs in his books, that the shortest path to him goes through them, finally that he is a man who works to live, and cannot exempt anyone from the work of reading and the work of living. X on abstention. Gide, it is said, did not vote on the pretext that his concierge's voice counted as much as his own. This reasoning deserves reflection. If Gide wanted plural voting for educated men, his demand would be exorbitant. He knew better than anyone that culture is no guarantee of judgment. In the eyes of the Gide of 1930, the Gide of 1916, reader of Action Française, must have been something like a concierge. In the eyes of the Gide of 1940, that of 1930. The slightest reflection on oneself should dissuade Gide from claiming the government of men. No doubt he meant something else. Not that the truth is in the hands of men of culture, but that they cannot receive it from others. The person who takes part in the vote renounces his most mature convictions, he agrees that they only count as an opinion in the general census of opinions, he ratifies in advance the decision of others. Why grant them at once in a vote what we would not grant them in a conversation? If there is truth, it is through free reflection. Gide will therefore refuse a ceremony where one's own judgment submits to the judgment of others. Let them govern against him, if they want, but let them not ask him to subscribe to it. What is particular to Gide is the purism which prevents him from voting because he does not accept the principle of voting. Most voters prefer to play tricks with the rules of the game. But, deep down, they don't accept it any more than he does. Who among us respects the result of a disappointing election? We vote because we hope that our opinion will prevail, we vote violently. If we don't win, we're already thinking about revenge. Except perhaps in England everyone rejects the suffrage of others, and liberalism is nowhere to be found. Asterisk. Revolutionary politics has known this for a long time and it only plays the game to ignore it. The revolutionary, who represents the true interests of the proletariat, cannot make it judge of them at every moment. It is not probable that the majority, even among the proletariat, sees necessities which only appear to the most disadvantaged and to the best informed. The vote consults men at rest, outside the profession, outside of life. It appeals to the imagination, which is often weak. The will to live remains at the door of the voting booth. How would a majority be revolutionary? The vanguard is not the bulk of the army. It is not the convergence of opinions that will ever make a revolution, it is the practical agreement of the oppressed in the social struggle. It is not their thoughts that count, it is the secret of their existence. It is not a question of administering an already made society, it must first be made, as true, as alive as the agreement of the oppressed in their struggle. Mr. Dulles declares to Mr. Molotov's face that never has a communist regime been freely accepted. He doesn't teach him anything. It is as if he were saying that our important decisions are never absolutely demonstrated or demonstrable. There would be nothing to complain about if the revolution really went beyond the game of suffrage, if it did not find, in its own development, the question of others. But she finds it as long as she lives. She has her opponents. If she consults them or even tolerates them, she is brought back to the problem of suffrage. If it suppresses them, it is no longer the total agreement of the oppressed that it should be. If opinions are consulted, there will never be a revolution, but if the revolution is never controlled, is it a revolution, a society without exploitation and oppression? If it does not have to justify itself in front of an opposition, by figures, comparisons, official and independent estimates, who knows what it costs and what it brings in, and to whom, and ultimately what it east? This is why he sometimes proclaims constitutions and organizes consultations. But the concession is purely formal, the votes prove whether they are favorable, but would not judge it if they were unfavorable. When asked for her evidence, she will always respond that going into the evidence would already be treason. Either, the conservative continues, the minority which has nothing to lose is not in a position to appreciate the relative merits of a regime which excludes it. This is a matter of statistics, of probabilities, and poverty is categorical. So all that remains is to keep it in check. Thus continues the duel between those who fear for what exists and those who want what does not or does not yet exist. To both, liberal regimes only oppose a consummate art of diluting contradictions, of posing problems obliquely, of stifling action in the procedure, of creating favorable or unfavorable prejudices, of blunting the majorities themselves, when they are not wise, and to lead them where they do not want to go, to manipulate minds without touching them, in a word a legal and rotten form of violence. So was Gide right? Do we only have the choice between open violence and the precarious compromise between violence? Should we be apolitical, should we be misanthropic? Asterisk. Everything is not so simple or so dark. Misanthropy will always be wrong because the vices of politics ultimately stem from what is most valuable in men, their idea of truth. He who has seen something and believes it to be true, he believes it to be true for everyone. If others don't see it, it's because they are fanatics, it's because they don't judge freely. Thus the free man makes his evidence the measure of all things, and there he is a fanatic at the moment when he complains of the fanaticism of others. But after all, if everyone meddles in the affairs of others, if he takes their place, it is also because he puts himself in their place, because men are not one to another, next to each other like stones, and that each lives in all. A day therefore comes when the one who wanted to withdraw from the political game is brought back to it precisely by this taste for freedom which he cultivated for his benefit. Gide said it often, Extreme individualism makes one sensitive to other individuals, and his journal recounts how he remained speechless when, taking a taxi to go see a patient at the clinic on Rue Boileau, and surprised that the driver did not know her, he received this simple answer: "We are in Laraboisiere." We can trick others, invent dreams where they fade, the real France, the pure proletariat. We cannot refuse to listen to someone who talks about their life. There is at least one subject on which others are sovereign judges: their fate, their happiness, or their misfortune. Everyone on this is infallible, and this brings back to their correct proportions the commonplaces on suffrage of which Gide was not afraid to be the echo. But this skill goes very far. Gide's concierge perhaps did not have such nuanced views on history as Gide. What does it matter? Voting is not writing a treatise on politics or universal history. It is saying yes or no to an action judged on its vital consequences, which are perfectly sensitive to each person, which are even only sensitive to them. The beginning Russian Revolution understood this well, when it based the new power on the Soviets, on men caught in their profession and in the environment of their life. This real vote, this abrupt judgment, which can be summed up in a word, says what each person intends to do and not do with their life. Even if they are 100 times right, those who know cannot put their lights in the place of this consent or this refusal. The majority is not always right, but we cannot be right against it in the long run, and if we indefinitely avoid the test, it is because we are in the wrong. Here we touch the rock. Not because the majority is an oracle, but because it is the only control. It remains to be seen how to collect this vote, how to protect it against diversions, by what institutions, and it is not easy, because the feeling that everyone has about their life depends incredibly on ideologies. Especially in a tense situation, the abstract itself becomes concrete, and everyone lives so much in social symbols that it is difficult to find in them a preserved domain of their own certainties. Even more, there is a comedy of liberal societies which causes control to turn into its opposite. Allon believed that control cannot be abused, that once and for all the role of citizens is to say no and that of power is to push towards tyranny. If everyone fulfills their role to the best of their ability, society and humanity are all they can be. He did not foresee this exchange of roles where freedom and control serve to perpetuate tyrannies, while the interests of freedom pass to the side of power. Any power without control makes you crazy. It's true. But what to do when there is no more power at all, when only controllers remain? The citizen against the powers, it is not always the balance between tyranny and chaos, it is sometimes their mixture, a society without action, without history. The problem of suffrage is entirely before us. We are yet to glimpse what a society that would have resolved it would be like. But it is about communicating what is said and what is done. So we already know that a valid society will not be less free, but freer than ours. More education, more and more precise information, more concrete criticism, publicity of the real social and political functioning, all the problems posed in the most offensive terms, offensive as misfortune is and as all our good reasoning, these are the prerequisites for transparent social relations. 11 on Indochina. Les Temps Modernes published, in December, an editorial on Indochina which one might find incomplete. It did not define a policy, it said in what feelings one should seek one. He said that a priori we were wrong if, after 80 years, we were still hated as enemies, and that a military reconquest would literally be our shame. We find it natural that a boyfriend of ours, who has just served in Indochina, writes to us today, the soldiers there are victims and it is harder to die than to write protests. In the eyes of a colonel we disqualify ourselves by speaking morals and by honoring heroism wherever it is found, that is already more astonishing. This colonel comes out of Epinal, and we saw some of a different caliber during the war. But that a moral protest could provoke, in a Christian like François Mauriac, real astonishment 83 is what in turn leaves us astounded. You're talking about mood, he told us. And morality certainly exists, but it must not legislate without considering the cases. We too are against abstract morality. This is why we do not follow the anti-communists, who judge communism without considering the problems of the USSR. The values still need to be recognizable in their current form. This is why, not recognizing in today's communism those of Marxist humanism, we are not communists. In the Indochina affair, we did not oppose colonization with arguments of principles such as the equality of men or the right they have to self-determination. We made this very concrete observation that after 80 years we remained poorly tolerated occupying authorities in Indochina 84, that it was a failure and that a military solution would be confirmation of this. We want us to distinguish between pure morality and applied morality. There must still be some connection between them. When it is only verbal generalities, pure morality becomes an alibi and a ruse. We must then take her at her word. We must say, and we repeat, let's make peace or let's go. When we enter the paths of relative morality, it must be knowing what we ultimately want, and resolving not to accept just anything. François Mauriac confuses the sense of reality and respect for reality. How dare you write, he continues, that the face of the French in Indochina is the face of the Germans in France. The Germans were plundering Europe and we established a beneficent civilization there. We answer that, if the Germans had remained in France for 3/4 of a century, they would have ended up building factories there where French people would have worked, roads and bridges which we would have used, and even distributing sulfur and sulfate to owners to care for hereditary vines. This would not have pardoned the executed hostages. If the Italians had been able to stay in Abyssinia, they would have equipped the country. François Mauriac was very frivolous when he condemned the Ethiopian enterprise. He only had to wait for the bridges and roads to come. What do we say? The strategic roads at least were already inaugurated. French policy in Indochina not only did not free the peasants from usury, but did not even tolerate the formation of an industrial bourgeoisie. This is why we remain there as an occupying power. We are judged by what we have done and what we have not done. Finally, says François Mauriac, colonization is a type of crusade, equivocal like all crusades. His violence is only the corruption of a great idea. But the idea is in the mind of François Mauriac or in our history textbooks. The Vietnamese mainly saw the corruption. It is absolutely scandalous that a Christian shows himself to be so incapable of leaving himself and his ideas behind, and refuses to see himself, even for an instant, through the eyes of others. The least revolutionary among us understood once and for all through the Spanish War and the German occupation that honor is sometimes in prisons. They learned what the big ideas of power mean to the oppressed. But the war is over, the Germans have left, everything is back to normal. The power now is us, so it can only be honorable. Once again, the point of view of the irregulars does not count. As in the days of his sheltered childhood, François Mauriac has no ears for the cries of those who are involved in killing and dying. Let's wait. It is nothing but the corruption of a great idea and, literally, a betrayed vocation. We say that a Christian is not made to betray his vocation or to excuse those who betray it, and we are not alone in saying this. A priest writes to us, I have just returned from Vietnam where I was for 7 years. Reading your note, on the subject of Vietnam had done me some good for which I am grateful. I would not have written to you if Mr. Mauriac's article in Le Figaro of February 4 had not been by chance came across. Has he aged? Are the sufferings of his country embittering him? What has become of the Christian? As long as so many Christians refuse to be where they are expected, can we be surprised that others claim to replace them? Certainly François Mauriac disavows colonialism as it was practiced in the 19th century. He invites us to discover new bases of understanding and cooperation with Vietnam before it is too late. We cannot say that his article helps us much. How does he not feel that, seen from the outside, this article is exactly the moralizing cover for a violent solution 85? A Vietnamese man told us, your system works wonderfully. You have your colonialists. And you have, among your administrators, your writers, and your journalists, many men of good will. Some act, others speak and are the moral guarantee of the former. Thus the principles are safe, and colonization in fact remains what it has always been. After an article written to give us a clear conscience and justify our power in Indochina, the conciliatory sentences at the end do not carry much weight. An official from Indochina recently told us, "You were right, it's about waking people up." François Mauriac's article is designed to put them to sleep. If they listen to him, they will let it happen, until the bad season comes, the Vietnamese troops get tired, the peasants get tired, and the Viet Minh capitulates unconditionally. At that moment, we will be able to deal without promising anything, and colonialism will liquidate, under the name of communism, with the headquarters, in fact communist, of the Viet Minh, the most well-founded demands of the Indochinese people. It is surely difficult for a minister to open negotiations without strengthening the Viet Minh. This is why we will repeat that every word said for the Vietnamese in the French press prolongs the struggle by awakening hope among them. But we must see that the other formula, "Let us be victorious today, we will be just tomorrow," amounts to giving up on reforms. Since the war, there has been a dual power in Indochina. The logic of colonialism demands that we eliminate intruders. It is not at the hour of his triumph that he will reform. To be in favor of a military solution is to endorse French policy in Indochina for 80 years. That a minister overwhelmed by events supports this policy is not surprising. But, at a time when almost all the press is joining forces, independent writers are not doing their job if they facilitate the operation. To the cynics who lead it, we must recognize the sort of greatness which has been that of statesmen since the world began. But what can we say about the beautiful souls who join in without having the courage to call terror terror? Our time has over others this incomparable advantage of having revealed to the public the backstage of history and brought to light some of its great tricks. It is up to us to defend this privilege. All this is so clear that we are stunned to be obliged to repeat it, especially to François Mauriac who, on other occasions, had been lucid. So what happens to him? This article is not clear. We feel that he is talking about one thing and also thinking about another. Where does this fraudulent tone come from, which he never had when it came to morality or religion, and which he had lost a long time ago in politics? Like the subject of the psychoanalyst, he incidentally gives us the answer. At the end of his article, and as if he were sidestepping the problem, our author asks, is it true or not that to the failing France another power would substitute? Here we are. There is no need for a long investigation to know that the French communists, associated with the government, are co-responsible for its colonial policy, that the Viet Minh was not seriously supported by the USSR, that, in accordance with its general policy of prudence, the URSS wants compromise and not a war which could lead to Anglo-Saxon intervention, that the weapons of the Viet Minh come from China, most often through a French company, that finally the General Staff Communist Viet Minh framed an Indochinese nationalist movement amply motivated by French policy in Indochina and which owed nothing to the Machiavellianism of the Kremlin. All this is of no importance. All it takes is for Ho Chi Minh to be a communist, and François Mauriac understands. This is just a tentacle of the USSR. A striking example of this political nominalism which distorts French public life. Whether it is Indochina or something else, everyone chooses a position according to whether it weakens or strengthens the USSR, and makes do as best they can with their ideas. This is why there are no more political problems or real political discussion. Communists once believed that, through the logic of the proletarian movement, the progress of the revolution throughout the world served the USSR eminently. They could hesitate about tactics and wonder at a given moment whether the proletarian offensive was appropriate. But it was at least understood that the problem would be resolved by a serious analysis of the local situation and by an assessment of the world's situation where the pressure of the national proletariats on their governments would come into play. Today, they no longer have so much confidence in the course of things. They no longer believe in a rational development of history and in the connivance of the valid and the effective. Their diplomacy, like that of all chancelleries, calculates the balance of forces according to geographical and military conditions, and without involving class consciousness, which is indeed very weakened. For its part, anti-communism does not address any fundamental question. He is so devoid of ideas and so far from facts that he does not even go so far as to resort to leftist maneuvering, which is however easy in these circumstances. He falls purely and simply back to the old conservatism and confuses Soviet diplomacy and spontaneous mass movements in blind disapproval. In an affair like that of Indochina, where it is nevertheless clear that no problem will be solved by chasing the ghost of the USSR, anti-communism sticks to the conception of the prefect of police according to which all problems are created by a few leaders. We now understand what is happening to François Maurice. When French patriotism inspired humanity, it knew how to judge those in power. But he only asked to leave behind such tiring lucidity. War had the disadvantage of forcing him to distinguish between the legal and the just. Let's forget, he thinks, these horrors. Don't reopen our wounds. The injury, for him, is not the affair of Indochina, it is the dishonor of Vichy. Blood can flow there as long as our wounds heal. 12 on Madagascar 86. As a philosopher and political thinker, do you have an opinion on the Algerian war, and can you share it with us? I have an opinion and I don't hide it. But it may no longer be a solution, even if it was 2.5 years ago. There is no proof that a given problem is solvable at any time, and it would be unfair to blame us for not having a solution when we have allowed the problem to fester. I only see partial truths. 1. I am unconditionally against repression and in particular torture. He who wrote, "The question knows what honor and true glory are," remember these words, when he comes across Muslims in the prison corridor who encourage him, and in their eyes, I see a solidarity, a friendship, a trust so total that I felt proud, precisely because I was a European, to have my place among them. He who thought that and his like, literally, save honor, our honor and that of our ministers. It is said, and it is true, that torture is the answer to terrorism. This does not justify torture. It was necessary to act so that terrorism did not arise. 2. But it seems impossible to me to deduce, from this judgment on torture, a policy in Algeria. It is not enough to know what we think about torture to know what we think about Algeria. Politics is not the opposite of morality, it is never reduced to morality. The Pole Hlasko recently said that the political convictions of French writers did not interest him much, because they were only moral attitudes. It seems to me he was right. What do you call moral attitude? For example, the attitude of those who think that, in principle, white men had nothing to do in the rest of the world, that they were wrong to go there, that their only duty and their only role in present is to withdraw from it, that the overseas countries left to their own devices will encounter great difficulties, but that we do not have to worry about them, that it is up to them to face them and to use as they wish a total freedom which must first be recognized to them. This feeling, which we can sense in a large part of the non-communist left, is all that remains of the truly revolutionary attitude. Now the revolutionary attitude was a policy, it was believed that there really was a mature historical force in the world, ready to collect the human heritage. The colonial countries and the proletariats of the advanced countries were one in this struggle. And revolutionary policy was to combine the action of both. Today, it is quite clear that the proletariat is not in power in the very countries where the bourgeoisie has lost it. The very idea of proletarian power has become problematic. Many men who no longer believe that the USSR is one, precisely because they no longer believe it, they transfer revolutionary ideology to the colonized countries. Precisely because they can no longer be communists, they do not consider compromise in colonial policy. However, it is clear that we cannot maintain a revolutionary policy without what is its pivot, that is to say proletarian power. If there is no universal class and no exercise of power by this class, the revolutionary spirit once again becomes pure morality or moral radicalism. Revolutionary politics was a doing, a realism, the birth of a force. The non-communist left often only keeps the negations. This phenomenon is a chapter of the great decadence of the idea of revolution. And why this decadence? Because the main hypothesis, that of a revolutionary class, is not confirmed by the actual course of things. It is enough to travel to one of the overseas countries to understand both how the revolutionary scheme is fictitious and why, however, it receives a very apparent justification from events. Take for example Madagascar, where I was a few months ago. We are first struck by the fact that the nationalist intellectuals of Antananarivo are very far from what a revolutionary conception of history would lead us to suppose. One of them said in front of me that the distinction between nobles and bourgeois was a permanent trait of the Malagasy personality, another, that it would be necessary, after independence, to take care of keeping the population moving towards the cities in the village, yet another, Catholic, that a sort of feudal socialism should be built, another that Liberia was an example for all the people of Africa, another, finally, that nothing was more important than the differences between Catholics and Protestants in Antananarivo. These intellectuals are far from ready for a possible revolution. To this, a Marxist will respond that they constitute a nationalist bourgeoisie, that this bourgeoisie will open the doors of power to the masses and to the improvised leaders that the masses will give themselves. All reservations made on the insufficiency of a short trip and also on the possibility of unexpected events, it must be admitted that at no time, in the country, where we does not have the impression of a brewing revolution. That, especially in Antananarivo, many Malagasy people are fed up with French power is one thing. Whether this heralds the accelerated maturation of a proletariat in the Marxist sense is another. In Batsilio country, in the south, towards Tulare and Fort Dauphin and even in Isotri, the suburb of Antananarivo, where water from the rice fields invades the houses in the rainy season, and where we see sales on the stalls of indefinable objects which are the cruelest symbol of misery, the isolated traveler does not feel surrounded by anger. Even if all this explodes tomorrow, it will still have to be proven that it is an eruption prepared by history. I know that we have to look beneath the appearances, but we would have to prove that there is in the depths a revolutionary proletariat in the classic sense of Marx. Here is why history however gives the impression of flowing in the direction of communism. If the French immediately and completely left Madagascar, it is probable that the bourgeoisie of which I spoke earlier, which is qualified, but too few in number, would try to control the country, that part of the coastal population would rise up against it. In short, nationalist Malagasy readily admit that the departure of the French would be followed by bloody unrest. After which, as one must live well, men emerging from the masses would in fact impose their authority, put the country to work, and undertake the task of development without capital and with the means at hand. It would be very long and very hard. I see no reason to say that this is the imminent meaning of history, the solution prepared by it to the problems of poverty. Even if, which is not the case, all the colonial countries that gained independence ended up militarizing and achieving a sort of communism, this would not mean at all that the Marxist philosophy of history is true. But that an authoritarian and non-bourgeois regime is the only possible outcome when political independence precedes economic maturity. If we stick to what is observable, nothing in Madagascar suggests the classic pattern of the colonial proletariat which skips the stages of development and which sometimes outpaces the proletariats of advanced countries in revolutionary maturity. The apparent confirmation of the schema makes us inattentive to facts and problems that Marxism puts in second place or even passes over in silence. When talking with advanced intellectuals in Antananarivo, one is struck by the little interest they have, for example, in the problems of development or even in the study of Malagasy customs and society. One of them, who studied at university in France, told me that it was almost impossible for him to communicate his Malagasy personality and his scholarly personality, that, moreover, any study of Malagasy beliefs undertaken in the spirit of science would appear to its people as a betrayal. Their revolt against us is not intellectual, it is entirely emotional and moral. We can answer that the rest would come with independence. I believe that in reality, independence and its consequences would make a cruel decision, but would not resolve the problem, which is to weld a European way of thinking and what remains of an archaic civilization. Perhaps communism only masters this problem like the others by depriving it of the means of manifesting itself. When Rabbi Manangura wanted, in a Paris newspaper, to express the wishes of the Malagasy people, he could only put together the praise of European techniques and the demand for an immediate relationship with nature of which the Malagasy civilization, said he, has always held the secret, without saying how this poetic relationship with nature was compatible with work and production in the Western way. Césaire honors the blacks for not having invented the compass, and we understand what he means. The compass, the steam engine and the rest have served too much to cover up the actions of the French. But ultimately, it is treating the historical problem of development very lightly to purely and simply take sides against the compass. Independence would not stop, on the contrary, it would accelerate the degradation of archaic structures. We can further answer, the idealization of the archaic past is a search for security and hides revolutionary anxiety. We can, and it's always the same recourse to an abysmal story. If we stick to the observable, nothing allows us to say that immediate and unconditional independence would be the succession of an exhausted imperialism by a nation ripe to live on its own. It would rather be a treatise on the unknown, a challenge to destiny. This is what the ideology of the revolution hides from the French left. To hear you, the traditional criticisms addressed to colonialism lack realism and, above all, lack of relevance. Colonialism, in any case, is 3/4 over. When Europeans deported 15 million black Africans to America, when they treated the herds of the Argentine pampas like quarries of leather and tallow, when they developed in Brazil the shifting cultivation of sugar cane which left the soil exhausted and, with the help of tropical erosion, transformed the country into desert, or when the French administration in Africa was still dominated by large companies, there was colonialism. I think of the ancient facts of which I have just spoken what I think of all the infamies which never fail in historical enterprises, in Roman history as in that of the French monarchy. This is how Nantes and Bordeaux accumulated the capital which was to make the Industrial Revolution possible. I no more approve of this blood, these sufferings, these horrors than I approve of the execution of Vercingetorix. I say that provided that this stops, there is no need to assume that white people must return home, because in Africa today they are something other than this colonialism. You will see in the book edited by Bollandier, Le Tiers-Monde, that, since the law of August 1946, France's public investments in the countries south of the Sahara represent approximately $1 billion, as much in 10 years as during the 40 previous years, the equivalent, it has been said, of an African Marshall Plan. You will see in Germain Tillion's book that for every 1,200,000 non-Muslims, there are 19,000 settlers in Algeria in the strict sense of which 7,000 are poor people, 300 rich and around 10 extremely rich. The rest of the French in Algeria are employees, engineers, traders who represent 3/4 of the country's economic infrastructure. During this time, 400,000 Algerian workers work in France and feed 2 million Algerians in Algeria itself. I'm not saying that French business leaders hire them out of philanthropy. I note that this relationship between Algeria and France has nothing to do with colonialism. Above all, there remains in morals, in ways of thinking, even in administrative practices, much more than traces of colonialism. We can dream about the modest level of SMIG in a certain region of Madagascar where a large private company has established itself which, incidentally, takes on the challenge of paying somewhat higher salaries. We can no longer say that the system is made for exploitation. There is no longer, as was once said, an exploitation colony. Under these conditions, why do we see most overseas countries rising for their independence, or at least demanding it? See Ballandier's book again. A tenth of the world's population has 80% of its income. Asia, which is home to half of humanity, only has a fifth of the world's income. 500 million men in so-called advanced countries live on an annual income of $500 to $1,000, 400 others live on an annual income of $100 to $500, the rest, that is to say 1,500 million of men, on less than $100 a year. Two-thirds of the world's population live in hunger. In 1950, a German, an Englishman or an American had 5,000 units of energy per year, an African or a Chinese had 150, a Hindu or an Indonesian had less than 100. Added to this, as you know, is the high birth rate in underdeveloped countries, of the order of 40 to 50 per thousand, that of Europe before birth control was only 30 to 40 per thousand. Without birth control, it has been calculated that European women would have to marry around the age of 35 only to avoid having more children in marriage than they have today. The intervention of medical techniques has reduced mortality, as has often been said, but the figures are striking. From 1946 to 1952, life expectancy in Ceylon increased from 42.8 to 56.6, France took 50 years, from 1880 to 1930, to move from the first figure to the second. In total, around the year 2000, the underdeveloped countries will probably have gone from 1,800 to 4,000 million inhabitants, the others from 900 to 1,150. All this and the degradation of customary structures, in a word, what Germain Tillion calls for the tramping of 3/4 of underdeveloped populations, and finally, progress in information and political awareness amply explains the insurrection in underdeveloped countries. The little that the colonizing countries did for them hastened rather than delayed it. All this does not absolve white racism and exploitation, but those we are talking about are of another volume and weight. Alfred Sauvy, who is not suspected, recently wrote that the way of life of Algerians since the arrival of the French in Algeria has evolved more or less like that of politically independent Arab countries. But as the colonized countries did not administer themselves, as the power there was a foreign power, it is natural that they attribute their suffering to it. If most of the ills from which colonized countries suffer are not attributable to colonialism, is there no solution? There is no short-term solution, and independence is not one, and communism would not be one. It has been calculated that to raise the standard of living by 1%, in developed countries it is necessary to save 4% of national income and probably much more in underdeveloped countries. Given the population growth rate, 12 to 20% of national income would have to be saved and invested for very poor results. As for foreign aid, it is estimated that developed countries should provide 4 to 7% of their overall income from the first year in order to double in 35 years the standard of living of underdeveloped peoples, that is to say to bring their income to 70,000 francs per year per man. Why do you say that communism would not be a solution? Because he has in the URSS and outside the USSR encountered the problems of underdevelopment. However, he overcame them. In the USSR, where resources were exceptional, and with regard to the industrial sector. But as for popular democracies, the reconversion of agricultural countries into industrial countries, for example the annual integration of 700,000 people into Hungarian industry, would have required, says the Englishman Mandelbaum, the investment of 1/5 of the national income. Given the faults specific to purely authoritarian planning and all its human consequences, it is perhaps in the face of this disproportionate effort that Poland and Hungary rose up. The problems that you highlight, those who reason about politics have not always seen them, indeed seem to be the essential problems which will govern our time, and which already dominate it. But as disproportionate as they seem to us, we cannot face them without considering a way of treating them, or trying, however little, to control them. Don't you have anything to offer? It is necessary, but it is not the statement of an immediate solution. I do not want Algeria, Black Africa, and Madagascar to become independent countries without delay because political independence, which does not resolve the problems of accelerated development, would on the other hand give them the means for permanent agitation on a global scale, would aggravate the tension between the USSR and America without either being able to provide a solution to the problems of underdevelopment as long as they continue their armament efforts. I immediately want regimes of internal autonomy or federalism, as a transition to independence, with planned deadlines and stages. Since there is no technical and economic solution in the short term, these countries must receive the means of political expression so that their affairs truly become theirs and their representatives obtain from France the maximum of what it can do in the direction of the gift economy. Do you believe that such a policy, if it were decided, would be likely to be applied? The difficulties are obvious. In Madagascar, under the framework law, many Malagasy people think that nothing has changed. Today, in Madagascar, under internal autonomy, a Malagasy journalist suggested to me that the administration was deliberately lighting bushfires to be able to convict the alleged culprits. I pointed out to the journalist from Tananarive who told me that he was in prison 10 years ago, and today editor of a newspaper in Tananarive. Many French people, I must even say administrators, are openly or tacitly hostile to the framework law. One of them told me, "We are teaching them to do without us." He was right. This is indeed the mission of French administrators under a regime of internal autonomy. But, if it is a question of career, there is enough there to fill an entire career, so great is the task of schooling and training, so much has it been postponed. It must be added that certain administrators play the game with admirable frankness, activity, and indeed success, by dint of character, independence, talent. I saw some who had succeeded in imposing their moral authority on both sides after elections which had swept away the old ruling layer. Further, an administrator, a right-wing man, told me with regret, when Mr. Differ was minister, we were harassed with application circulars. The impossible was asked of us, but it was asked of us. I believe that many men who hesitate or who are cunning would set to work if they felt a movement and a weight behind them. You do not want France to withdraw from Africa. Can you specify the main reasons? I say it without embarrassment, because I believe that she could, that she can still do something good there, and because I prefer to be from a country which does something in history than from a country which suffers it. Deep down, what bothers me about those of my peers who speak too easily of independence is that the duties they propose to us are always abstentions. I saw people who gave great honor to Mendes France for having signed the Geneva Accords. In Geneva, he did what he could. What honors him is not Geneva, it is Tunis, the Carthage Accords, which have nothing to do with French policy in Morocco. On the one hand, an initiative, on the other, a mixture of weakness and trickery. You seem to believe in the superiority of our values, those of Western civilizations, over those of underdeveloped countries. Not certainly to their moral value, and even less to their superior beauty, but, how to put it, to their historical value. Landing in Orly, at dawn, after a month in Madagascar, what amazement to see so many roads, so many objects, so much patience, work, knowledge, to guess in the lights that light up so many distinct lives who wake up in the morning. This great feverish and overwhelming arrangement of so-called developed humanity is, after all, what will one day make it possible for all men on earth to be able to eat. He has already made men exist in each other's eyes, instead of each proliferating in their country like trees. The encounter took place in blood, fear, hatred, and that is what must end. I can't seriously consider it evil. In any case, it's done, there can be no question of recreating archaism, we are all on board, and it is no small thing to have started this part. 13 On May 13, 1958. So the ultras of Algiers rose up to put in power a government which will carry out the policy requested by Mendes France 2.5 years ago or more. The officers of Algiers left discipline to have a government which put them back into it. Guy Mollet, traitor to his socialism, then to the Republican defense, and tomorrow, I suppose, to General de Gaulle, has the esteem of General de Gaulle, Robert Lacoste, who, like some birds the eggs of others, incubated a rebellion in Algiers which he fled, all his friendship. The socialist parliamentarians, unanimously against de Gaulle, wait to say it again until Mr. Coty has threatened them with civil war, then until General de Gaulle is too committed to back down, say it again in a low voice, and obtain, also in a low voice, reassurances which upset Mr. Dickson. Is politics always these nonsense, this laissez-faire, these nervous breakdowns, these oaths that are immediately revoked, these oaths that we make to negotiate their withdrawal? Or is this not the policy of decadence, and are we not condemned to parody and the unreal by a deeper evil, which will rot the institutions of tomorrow as well as those of yesterday? The appearance of General de Gaulle, we must not forget, is also the sequel and, as it were, the masterpiece of Maulidism. I'm not sure this is the end of it. From Tamanrasset to Dunkirk, we only see French people who dream with their eyes open, who create intoxicating situations to forget the real problems and who go from there, rather than to civil war, to a sort of political nothingness. Because finally, the paratroopers in Paris, once the system was destroyed and the left-wing intellectuals imprisoned, we do not see what they would do with an entrenched and absent country, what they would say to Bourguiba, to King of Morocco, to the FLN, to the men of Cairo. As for the left totalitarians, even in the event of victorious resistance from the working class, who will claim that the USSR would risk open conflict to support a popular democracy here? Yet these are the terrors in which we try to make the French live. The characters in the drama are partly imaginary. Initially, the Algiers movement, about which we can say nothing politically, it is not even the outline of a policy. The ultras rose up to forget the Algerian problem that they are beginning to discover, they make a scene before giving in, and when they have to talk about things, it is to use the slogans before Guy Mollet. But what matters is the army. From all we know, she is once again experiencing military servitude and grandeur. On the margins of the nation, and always in a false position vis-a-vis it, trained in abnegation and accepting, says Vigny, even the sinister functions that it entails, having renounced the freedom of to think and act, she knows neither what she is doing nor what she is, she needs to obey and place her will in other hands, like a heavy and importunate thing. Is she a slave or queen of the state? But she cannot be a slave when there is no longer a state. And what to do with power when you don't want anything? The army is blind and mute. It wants nothing and acts on impulse. It is a great thing that moves and kills, but also it is a thing that suffers. Scapegoat, fierce and humble martyr all at once, accustomed to contempt for death, therefore for life, contempt for men, therefore for oneself, through all this foreign to the men who live in the century and sometimes childish in the face of their lives, on the other hand, free in spirit, and capable, if he discovers them, of devoting himself to them, the soldier is not linked to the interests, but he should not be asked to have a policy. Now it is a soldier who is here responsible for curing evil. He certainly has more of a share in greatness than in military servitude, and seems, in my opinion, quite unscathed by the ravages of passive obedience. Is it the disease of contempt? How misanthropic one must be to model the French as Guy Mollet and Robert Lacoste. General de Gaulle can change the laws, he does not change the life of France, because it is not the business of a single man, because a single man always has too simple an idea of the system. In his own way, how well he plays it, without a lie, but also without a mistake. This inevitable rebellion, whatever he may have said, he wrote to Vincent Auriol, therefore foreseen and discouraged, but which he takes as a fact, which he could not approve during the negotiations, but which he uses, which he does not disavow, but which he understands better than it understands itself, and which he will bring back to its true meaning. All this is very well done, see its work on men, the same kind of harsh flexibility, of egalitarian contempt which gave power to General de Gaulle in 1944, and which was not enough to keep it for him, not only because the system has started again, but because, if it is enough, to acquire power, to manipulate men, to keep it, it is necessary to be interested in things, to have tendencies, a body of ideas on problems. There was never any movement behind de Gaulle in government, because he had no policy, because he arbitrated without governing. We seem to forget these days that the French army and the National Assembly are not the world. What to do towards Tunisia and Morocco? How to deal with the FLN, which has never accepted integration, free elections, or ceasefire, and has only ever spoken of independence. If, in order to reduce the diehards, we want to cut off their supply of arms, will we retain Bourguiba's goodwill for long? Is it putting yourself in a position of strength to announce peace in 6 months? There is something dreamlike in the stagings of Algiers, in this way of removing obstacles through thought, of projecting onto the adversary the enthusiasm of the French of Algeria, as if the universe were participating and obeyed the drunkenness of the Algiers Forum. General de Gaulle is locked in his solitude, like the crowd of Algiers in his anger, and Guy Mollet in his corridor operations. Where is the idea right now, where is the political imagination, and, if there is no solution, what does this carnival mean? I very much hope to be wrong, not believing in the virtues of nothingness, but perhaps in 6 months, in 6 weeks we will find the deadline worsened. It is in these circumstances that Sirius urges his readers to say yes or no to de Gaulle, to give him their support if deep down they want his success, to put an end to vain discussions, and to shift their vigilance to the totalitarians of the right and the left. Thus we are led, in 5 days, from the lesser evil to sacred union. There is no longer any room for opposition, even agreement on the presumed goals. You have to be for or against. But for or against what? Does the totalitarians of the right and the left remind Sirius of nothing? These are the very words of Mr. Pflimlin. This is the language of system. When we saw the Communist Party and the CGT so wise, how can we not feel that it is also that of political blackmail and myths? This assistance that Sirius demands of us, General de Gaulle did not even ask the French. Since he took office he has not even spoken to them. Fully occupied with putting the system out of harm's way, he is undoubtedly reserving himself for Algiers. This does not reassure. Between him and Algiers, there is a score to settle. Him alone, not us. He is alone, as he wanted. His failure would be serious, but we cannot help him succeed, nor play double or nothing on his business as if there was nothing after him and after us. Our role is to understand what has just stopped and what has just begun. For my part, I would offer readers 2 inseparable reflections. The first is that no liberal policy will be possible overseas as long as the governments which would be disposed to carry it out are deprived of the support of the French who send 140 communist deputies to Parliament. It is quite clear this time, the famous count of communist votes deprives France of a certain number of citizens, who are what they are, but certainly not ultras, covers in advance the operations of the right, announces the decision to capitulate, is the first act of blackmail in civil war. Mendes France counted the communist votes when negotiating with Russia and China, he was right to do so then, if negotiating is not capitulating. The inventor of the system remains General de Gaulle, with the theme of separatists. The blackmail of a minority right and its omnipotence, the trials of intentions, the generalized suspicion, in short the paranoid politics, the paralysis of liberal governments, the degradation of powers will continue as long as the mass of communist voters remain in France as a foreign body. But it will remain so as long as the Communist Party does not present itself for what it is, a workers' party which throws all its weight into what it believes to be the workers' sense, and it is right, but which does not has nothing in common, neither in theory nor in practice, with revolutionary Marxism, and moreover is in no way responsible for establishing a popular democracy in France. In this respect too, recent events are clear. It will be difficult to believe that a revolutionary state would have welcomed General de Gaulle with the discreet favor shown to him by the Soviet government. Since communism is in fact committed to reforms and compromises, the point of honor of verbal Bolshevism only serves to support right-wing propaganda. There is a tendency in the Communist Party towards reformism and program. She walks, she will prevail one day. As long as the Communist Party has not changed, there will be no democracy in France. Our present is full of ghosts. This is not a reason to add more. It is not about restoring the Republic that we must think about, particularly as it has been for 2 years. It's about making her free from her rituals and her obsessions, in clarity. 14 Tomorrow. Have the events in Algiers changed your idea of overseas problems? I told you that I was not for a revolutionary or deep policy. Even less today, it would risk extending to the metropolis the fascism which made its appearance in Algeria. Because it is fascism, it is more and more obvious, as the information reaches here. It is no coincidence that several months before the rebellion, the 5th Bureau of Algiers was given a radio operating plan. After the inauguration of Mr. Flimlin, we heard colonels relaunching the paramilitary groups while pretending to abandon them. It is no longer a question here of the classic Malaisas of the army, it is a question of a theory of terror, not only as a means of struggle in Algiers, but as a means of government in the metropolis, and as a philosophy of the history. Aren't we exaggerating when we attribute a whole policy to the colonels? Isn't their attitude primarily inspired by the problems of war? You will soon read in the press the report of a conference given on June 7, in Algiers, by Colonel Trinquire, and you will find there, with some hesitation or precautions, the temptation to extend to the metropolis the means used at Algiers to make the population controllable. This policy is clearly set out in a book that I recently received, The Third World War Has Begun, by Pierre Debray. The war will no longer be, is no longer a visible war. It will be a clandestine war, or rather it is. Since 1917, a desire for subversion has traveled throughout the world, of which Bolshevism was the theory and which developed punctually according to the Bolshevik calendar. We abandoned Tunisia and Morocco, while the subversive action was still in progress only in the second of the phases defined by Trotsky. Already, in Algeria, the fourth phase has been reached. Who can reasonably claim that the metropolis itself is only in the early stages? We are in the occult. The whole history of communism since Trotsky, the actions and reactions, the ups and downs, the purges and the turning points, everything that can be seen, all the events disappear. There is only one substance of communism. History, the progress of subversion. This abstract enemy is everywhere around us and justifies permanent suspicion, whether it is, of course, the USSR or the United States. But also Germany, Italy, and 3/4 of France. The enemy is even within us if we reserve anything in the fight against him. We must not, says Pierre Debray, shy away from the integration of the army and the police. The soldier, who has transformed himself into a teacher and an administrator, must become an activist or even an executioner. The profession of arms has been transformed, that's all. We are waging a war that is imposed on us, a war without rules, a war without honor, a plebeian war. If the soldier refuses anything from this role, the party of treason annexes him. Whoever avoids the choice condemns himself to behaving, if not subjectively, at least objectively, as a supporter of abandonment. What the counter-communists retain from their experience and their readings is therefore the apparatus of decadent communism, the guillotine of objectively, formalism, Manichaeism, agglutinated thought, or by amalgamation, made even worse at home because their movement does not even offer itself a perspective and is summed up in resistance to an invisible poison. If these officers made the word subversion their own, despite its courtly overtones, it is because revolution could evoke a positive enterprise and because it involves presenting the enemy as the power of negation. Obviously, they have eyes and ears, they know that there is a visible history, and, in moments of relaxation, Pierre Debray remarks that the communists are politicians, that they subordinate war to politics, that they can therefore admit pauses, stages, delays in the destruction. It's the FLN which is immediate negation, absolute war, and it cannot be anything else, since there is no Algerian nation, no Algeria. Wasn't Ramdane a great reader of Clausewitz? But the absolute war and physical violence of the FLN only translate more clearly what is the unique essence of today's history, the metaphysics of phenomena, subversion. And communism is just a more refined technique and a generalization of subversion. This poison, which is everywhere, can only be resisted through absolute counter-war. The conclusions are clear: we must create revolutionary legality in mainland France, destroy the metropolitan apparatus of communist subversion, establish censorship and the death penalty for journalists. In Algeria, the single college would be a ruse to bring about independence. It would still be absurd to wage war to make elections possible from which independence could emerge. The only goal is to annihilate the Fellagha. Our abandonments in Morocco and Tunisia seriously jeopardize the situation. The Sakiat operation only had the fault of being too late and above all too timid. We can discuss the ultimate meaning of this attitude. I cannot help but think that soldiers who leave the Tunisian border to come and rebel in Algiers, and transfer their anger from the enemy onto their compatriot, in reality no longer have much hope of beating the enemy. As Robert Lacoste said, it is not easy to fight on two fronts. Pierre Debray writes, either we will put the nation into war, or it is better to stop killing our soldiers straight away. What can we do? We have no taste for unnecessary sacrifices. I can't do anything about it either, and in fact I have no authority to send anyone to sacrifice, useful or useless. So I will only say this: the soldiers I knew, very close to me, would have blushed to take that tone. Since Pierre Debray thinks so much about Bolshevism, he should remember that it is often defeated armies that make revolutions. But let's leave psychology. What is important is that we have here an aggressive nihilism which excludes all politics. When the author tries to outline one, with a sigh of regret, because finally the most reasonable solution would perhaps be, ideally, to offer nothing at all to the Africans, it is to talk about intellectual audacity, of spectacular transformations, of a technical revolution of the 20th century, the nature of which he does not otherwise specify, and of which we only know that it will be the opposite of that of 1917. The truth is that the conditions for a policy are removed by a thought that is not even totalitarian, which is a monism of terror, anguish, failure, and shame claimed in despair and dressed up as policies. All this is fascism in the most precise sense of the word, resumption and external imitation of the procedures of the revolutionary struggle, mimicry of revolutionary pathos, underestimation of the visible in favor of the occult, identification at a distance of the adversaries among themselves and of the counter-Bolshevism with its adversaries. What connections do you see between these trends and those of the Paris government? There is no need to demonstrate at length that General de Gaulle's enterprise is unrelated to the state of mind. The single college, which is a betrayal for the fascists, was his first word in Algeria; the evacuation of Tunisia, which was an abandonment, his first act. General de Gaulle has nothing in common with fascist officers except polemic against the system. This has led him, in recent years, to refuse to take sides when Republicans tried to snatch the Republic from political nothingness, more recently to refuse to disavow the Algiers movement. If the system is evil, everything what tends to destroy it was relatively justified. But what General de Gaulle wants to put in place of the Fourth Republic has nothing to do with the aggressive nihilism of the colonels. He is an old-fashioned man and soldier, I mean with solid superstructures, homo historicus, and not the homo psychologicus of the new generation. The hidden realities in which he believes are not the fantasies of subversion and counter-subversion, they are the archetype of France, maintained in itself, and the people who, at the other end of the field of history and the depths of his daily life, will say yes to France. The metaphysics of the referee and the people, one below, the other beyond the parties, is something completely different from fascist activism. Do you believe that the Paris government will be able to rally to its policy the part of the army that you spoke of earlier? Like everyone else, I don't know anything about it. I doubt he will achieve this through persuasion. Pure constraint would be the refusal of reinforcements and gasoline. The question is perhaps to dissociate part of the French population and the army from fascism. And here, I fear that General de Gaulle's convictions in domestic politics will blind him and prevent him from seeking the support of opinion that he needs. Because, finally, does he see and say exactly why the Fourth Republic was incapable of a policy of reforms like the one he is undertaking? He believes that French politics lacks continuity. Is it continuity that was lacking in the Fourth Republic? Have not successive governments, with one exception, followed the same policy? Is it not, on the contrary, initiative, movement, novelty that they have continually lacked, without excluding the Suez affair, which appears to be a convulsion and not an action, since we do not wasn't decided to see it through to the end? Do we hope to remedy this continuity of inaction by increasing the powers of the President of the Republic, which is in a sense reducing those of the President of the Council? When the President of the Republic is no longer General de Gaulle, he will become again what he has always been, a man who has followed a long career of honors and who is more inclined to the usual solutions than to those which require the imagination, new knowledge, initiative. And, even when it is General de Gaulle, the question is whether the French problem is to find an arbiter who gives everyone a little of what they ask for, or whether it is not rather to have a power which governs, that is to say which leads and transforms the country into action, instead of leaving it as it is and designing behind its back a grand policy of which no attempt is made to convince it, to which we only invite him to say yes. I fear that between the secret meditation of the referee and the dull response of the referendum, French politics will run out of air as much or more than before, and that France, under this regime, will continue to be what it was. It is, a country advanced in knowledge and lagging behind in social, political, and economic practice. General de Gaulle also calls into question the party regime. But, as he does not offer the single party in exchange, he therefore wants to bring together, to create a union outside of any party, which implies at the same time that an opposition between the parties responds to nothing in the things, that it is in itself the cause of paralysis, and that it is enough to abolish it for everything to be saved. However, the opposition of a right-wing policy and a left-wing policy is so little an illusion that, until now, General de Gaulle has taken up the same policies of the so-called left-wing governments, independence of Tunisia, elections to the single college, reforms and equipment in Algeria, a policy that the right has never accepted except to the extent that it remained verbal. What General de Gaulle does not admit to himself or does not tell the French is that, if there are solutions, all the solutions are liberal. Basically, almost everyone knows it, in Algiers as in Paris. I don't see that there is so much talk today in Algiers about annihilating the Fellagha, and it is not only because they are supposedly rallied, it is because the raison d'être of the de Gaulle government is to end the war with concessions, independence excluded. The Algiers movement did not put de Gaulle in power to wage war in the sense of Clemenceau, it put him in power to make peace without admitting the failure of the war. The policy he is taking up is the one on which the left and the center-left were in agreement, and with which the Communist Party itself was satisfied when it voted full powers to the Mallet government. But this must not be said, it would take away from the Algiers movement its consolation, which is to give in to a general, it would compromise the operation. The great dramas of French politics perhaps amount to making the right swallow a liberal policy by accompanying it with an anti-parliamentary gong. Either free elections, a single college, social equality will remain a dead letter as has been the case until now, or the General de Gaulle will succeed in bringing out from these words some new status of Algeria, but this is entirely possible. For the moment, we are still stuck with words, the same words that the left had launched and that the right only accepted if they remained words. It is therefore quite pointless to question the regime of the parties at the moment when we take up the policy of one of them. The fact remains that the party regime could not implement this policy, it could only talk about it, it is the only argument that counts, but it counts. It is still necessary to say why, and it is not very mysterious. He could not pursue a liberal policy because, communist votes being excluded, he had to buy those of the right at the cost of daily control which destroyed the governmental function. The Independence Party announced that it would withdraw its ministers if Tunisia's airfields were evacuated. As everyone has noticed, he accepts today what he refused yesterday. The parliamentary right was therefore not fighting on real positions, it was fighting against abandonment which, like a spectre, appears and disappears without law. The government only had to take the oblique route, but it aggravated distrust and further reduced the scope for action. Edgar for setting his resident in Morocco a policy of resistance knowing that it could not be followed, himself organizing the demonstration of his impotence, while waiting to claim it cynically. This episode was of immense importance. It made everyone, French and Muslims, think that the official positions of the government could always be changed. It confirmed some in the neurosis of abandonment, others in intransigence. After the speech to the Bey, there was a reception in Tunis from the French colony. After the Morocco affair, we know how Guy Mollet was received in Algiers. The annihilation of the government function came from the fact that, both rigid and weak, the government could persevere in the war, even if it meant capitulating at the end, but in no case lead to serious political or diplomatic action. It is not the diversity of parties and the division of the French that have prevented governments from practicing a liberal policy, it is the existence of a right without ideas which has become the arbiter of French politics through subterfuge of the deduction of communist votes. By calling into question the party regime, General de Gaulle puts as a liability of democracy what should be put as a liability of the right. However, this is not a vain search for past responsibilities. As the new regime that we are preparing will be based on this assessment, I for my part do not expect anything good from it. It is a distorted democracy that the legal coup d'état has judged. It is not democracy, and the remedy would be to be sought in the opposite direction from which it is sought. But isn't democracy, true or rectified, the Popular Front? Democracy has been distorted by the political indigence of the right combined with a faltering communist policy. It is this couple which has caused French politics to descend into unreality and condemned it to paralysis. If it was a question of a class struggle between the right and the communists, it would be very naive to denounce it. But this is not the case. Let us not forget that Mr. Pinet had something to do with the independence of Morocco and that the communists tolerated the repression of Constantinois in 1946 and gave full powers to the Guy Mollet government. Between the right and the PC, there is no real opposition, because they are not fighting for one policy, both have several. Both are no longer parties, they are pressure groups. They exerted combined pressure on the regime and together overthrew ministries, but neither one nor the other took French political life into their own hands. They did not take responsibility for it, the independents, because they do not have an idea. We have never seen them offer a view on the future or the present. Their reason for being is to oppose, to communism, they say, but, if they did not have this pretext, they would look for another. As for communists, we can ask them almost anything, except to take part in an action, even in government, even in the middle of a compromise. They remained indifferent to what they were doing, because that is not where their heart is, because they did not intend to be judged on that, because they weren't getting into it for good. They go around repeating Popular Front, but, for them, the Popular Front is not a formula for action. I can still see, between the nation and the Republic, Mr. Ramadier, bothered by the heat, who left the ranks of the demonstrators and walked, no doubt towards a pharmacy, his face red, with the lost look of a man at the end of his tether. Strengths. A group of activists surrounded him like a fetish, fists raised, shouting Popular Front. This visibly tired man, who had for a moment found in the assembly the star of the old days, surrounded by cheerful and merciless young fellows, is an image that we do not forget. There will be no correct or true democracy as long as the communists refuse to enter positively into the regime, as long as they disguise their practice of compromise under the shattering and diversionist theses of absolute impoverishment. However, they know well that there will only be popular democracy in France if the United States is defeated in an atomic war. So what are they waiting for? No one knows anything about it, and neither do they, I think. What are the chances of a real democracy? If these are the causes which distorted it, there is little chance that a true democracy will be reborn. We don't see what could enlighten the independents. We do not see how the worn-out general staff which had succeeded in mopping up de-Stalinization would be capable of a political initiative, at a time when the execution of Imre Nagy and his companions confirms it in its profound wisdom. We do not see how he could pose before the country the problem of the conditions of democracy and freedom. Could the democracy of 1956–58 survive? This is the question that matters, and it is the one that the communists want to ignore. They will therefore invite the French to fight for the re-establishment of this democracy which has been destroyed. But if the new constitution is approved in the referendum, in the assemblies that it will create, the governments, presidential or not, armed or not with the right of dissolution, which in principle cannot be used often, will find themselves faced with the same dilemma, either the Popular Front, it that is to say an apolitical one, the evacuation of overseas countries, a purely protest social policy, no direction of capitalism, nothing organic, no action, or else the counting of communist votes, it that is, the right-wing destruction of government. So, what to do? By the force of circumstances, it is only outside the right and outside the Communist Party that we can ask the real questions, with the hope that they will end up, and the country with them, by doing so. To interest. When the existing forces are confused, we must first speak correctly without seeking the immediate impact. The Fourth Republic will not be reborn, it does not deserve regrets, having been only the shadow of a republic. The French crisis is due to the fact that, if the problems have a solution, it is liberal, and that in France there is no longer either theory or practice of political freedom. We are living on the remains of 18th century thought, and it needs to be rebuilt from top to bottom. Someone pointed out to me that Montesquieu sees freedom in the separation and balance of powers, and that before being separated or balanced, powers must first exist. The problem today is to recreate them. Allon could still, 50 years ago, define the republic by the control and permanent polemic of the citizen against the powers. But what does control mean when there is no longer any action to control? The only task, in 1900 as 2 centuries before, was to organize criticism. Today, we must, by continuing the criticism, reorganize power. A lot of nonsense is said about personal power or strong power, it is genuine strength and personality that were lacking in the power of the Fourth Republic. Our very notion of opinion needs to be reviewed, it is based on a philosophy of judgment and decision which is a little short. The reality of a regime is, any more than that of a man, an instantaneous series of opinions. There is no freedom in docility to every thrill of public opinion. As Hegel said, the freedom of the substantial requires a state, which supports it and which it animates. An analysis of Parliament should be undertaken from this point of view. We know almost nothing about its real functioning. I only know, having attended a few sessions of the National Assembly, that intelligence and knowledge were not lacking there, but that one felt the same unease there as in an environment where one is not introduced. At some moments, it was not without grandeur, other times, it was bad company, or Madame Verdurin's salon. The high point of the regime was undoubtedly reached when the Communists voted for the Flimlin government, to force him to have them with him, when the Independents also voted for him, for fear of a popular front, while Mr. Flimlin was slowly preparing to leave. This is perhaps parliamentary sublime, I doubt that the nation has tasted it. If the Mendes France government was able for a moment, as no other government has done since 1944, to free French political life from anxiety and boredom, it is because it conceived of the government as an initiative which rallies, action as a movement which cannot be harassed moment by moment, but which arranges meetings with the nation, organizes its own pedagogy, demonstrates as it develops. This is a living power and not the fulguration on Sinai. But Mendes France acted like this instinctively, I would say, because he was well born, he never sought to put his practice into theory. The question is to find institutions which implant this practice of freedom into morals. This communication of the statesman and the nation, which means that it no longer suffers a destiny and that it is found in what we do in its name, this, I fear, is what the General de Gaulle never knew or felt, except in the great circumstances of 1940 and 1944. I only want as proof the overall satisfaction that he gave to all the men of the system, in Plavin as much and more than in Mendes, France. The mind that always denies, he said recently. How wrong we are. What puts us on our guard is precisely his skepticism. It would take a lot to take away the respect I have for General de Gaulle. But we owe him something else and better than devotion, we owe him our opinion. He is too young to be our father, and we are past the age to play children. Do opposition politicians have a better sense of the problem? We are appalled to read these reflections from the members of the commissions. We would like to tell them, it's over, there is no longer any question of wearing out a government, you have to create a regime. Oppose idea to idea, and, since you can, talk to the French. We are stunned to read in Le Populaire, regarding the recent elections and in view of the stability of the electorate, that the system is doing well. To face today's questions, it is not only the Communist Party apparatus that would need to pray. Who will describe the comedy of the Socialist Party, whose entire structure, once conceived as that of a workers' and Marxist party, to subject elected officials to the vigilance of militants, is today one more means, in the hands of the General Secretary, to subject the parliamentary group to his maneuvers. But, after all, many people know this better than me. Who am I to talk about it for so long? The officers vacillate, the professors sharpen their pens. Where are the people's advisers, and do they have nothing to tell us except their regrets?